Chapter 1984. Lady Cold Ash was the first to fly out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's entrance. So, pacifying Grotto Heavens, 2 rank 7 goo immortals guarding outside immediately went to welcome them. Aunt, the tall and thin goo immortal asked in concern, how did the discussion go? Lady Cold Ash shook her head. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The two talked for a while before separating. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord led the wolf group, while Lady Cold Ash led the Soul Beast army, returning to their respective Grotto Heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed. They did not know that Spectral Soul had been lurking around them. Spectral Soul had wanted to hunt the Soul Beast army, but after this matter he changed his mind. Just from the name Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven, it was clear that it was a Soul Path sect. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 were Soul Path goo immortals. Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven definitely had abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Ignoring everything else, just the Soul Beast army that they had was a huge feast for Spectral Soul. The Chi tides will sweep through the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heaven will not be able to hold themselves back. Hee, I can make use of their strength to attack the other Venerable forces in advance. I will rise up even faster. Spectral Soul not only wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, he also wanted to deal with the other Venerable forces, like Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Spectral Soul could revive and become a Venerable again. The other Venerables were the same. Right now, Feng Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Spectral Soul had to look at the big picture. Even though killing was second nature to him, he had many ways to kill. Borrowing someone else's strength to kill was also a brilliant method of killing. It was suitable for him now. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 immortals did not know that they and Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven were already under the shadow of Spectral Soul. Elsewhere, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many goo immortals in Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven paid their respects. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest want to form an alliance with us to resist the 5 regions. I am in a difficult position. Goo Immortal Yiji nodded. It is. In the current situation, Fate is destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, Heaven and Earth Chi have fused completely. No Grotto Heaven can hide under the Chi tides. We are weak. If the 5 regions attack us in the future, we will not be able to resist them. But we do not need to fight against them. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. This is a fact. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. Why don't we join the 5 regions? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yiji knows me well. I have the same thoughts. Wolf Lord laughed. Demon, I'm us. Even if the 5 regions don't have the intention to attack me, once they unite, they will. Yiji frowned. But it's not appropriate to rely on the 5 regions. Heavens first, Heaven's King, Northern Valley of Plains of. He first Chi Dragon, 2 of all. Wolf God. Demon Soul. Moon Dragon Emperor King. Soul Sect Immortal King. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, I have already discussed with Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will work together. We will also ally with human Grotto Heavens. As for which of the 5 regions to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Celestial Court is the best choice. We can contact them secretly. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was a formidable person. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, his political skills were also very shrewd. No one in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven dared to defy him. Since he made such a decision, the goo immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to object. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Dingling was in charge of it now. Fate Goo's restoration failed. Celestial Court was in ruins after the intense battle. It was still mostly in ruins. This is a disgrace. Qin Dingling put down the letter Gu in her hand, resting for the moment. Her expression was calm, but her gaze flickered. Memories surfaced in her mind. Her anger was building up. After Red Lotus scheme succeeded, Duke Long died on the way, and Feng Yuan retreated. But the three regions Gu immortals wanted to destroy, Celestial Court, no one retreated. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin immortal Venerable's methods started to take effect. All sorts of anger, bad luck, dejection, and so on descended on the three regions Gu immortals, causing their conditions to fall sharply. This method was used to deal with Feng Yuan, but it was intercepted by limitless demon Venerable's silhouette. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the match between the two Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion was also resolved. Limitless laughed heartily. The two Venerables' silhouettes dissipated at the same time. Without limitless suppression, primordial origins methods started to take effect again. Fortunately, even though Feng Juga betrayed them at the last moment, he only helped Feng Yuan refine Gu. He did not make things difficult for Celestial Court. Celestial Court was able to take a breather. They counterattacked and reversed the situation with great difficulty. The three regions Gu immortals had no choice but to use Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo building to suppress the situation. They had no choice but to retreat. Outside Celestial Court, there were still people who wanted to plunder Central Continent, but at this time the first Chi tide occurred. The three regions Gu immortals' immortal apertures became unstable. They had no choice but to retreat. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not give chase. After personally witnessing Feng Yuan refining Fate Gu, their fighting spirit and fighting spirit were no longer strong. The battle ended. The battered Celestial Court licked its wounds and cleaned up the mess. Duke Long died. Fairy Myrtle also betrayed them and sided with Spectral Soul. After the Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed for a while, they elected Qin Dingling to take over as the temporary leader. During this period of time after the battle, Qin Dingling was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with all sorts of matters. Qin Dingling looked calm on the surface, but there was a fire burning in her heart. The Great Celestial Court actually lost. It was a complete and utter defeat. She was eager to wash away this humiliation, but reason told her not to be rash. Because everything had changed, Celestial Court was no longer the Celestial Court of the past. The enemies were no longer the enemies of the past. Even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path mortal Gu in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf, Grotto Heaven! Night Heavenly Wolf, Lord, did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans. He wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the number 1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night, Wolf, Grotto Heaven, and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path, Gu-worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate Gu has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Dingling snorted coldly. Intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this problem. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path Gu-worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and Longevity Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins. He did not conceal their hatred towards Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling felt troubled. The current Celestial Court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world. Heaven and earth qi converged. The celestial court goo immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white grotto heaven goo immortals. But the celestial court could not do that. Firstly, most of the celestial court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the celestial court members would continue to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way, the celestial court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Dingling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zhenyuan were enslaved by spectral soul. Their whereabouts were unknown. The former two knew the secrets of the celestial court, while the latter had the soul of a demon Venerable, who dared to underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it. She felt that this was an important matter. She summoned Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is important, but the current situation is not clear. Knight, Heavenly Wolf, Lord, and these 6 goo immortals are only rank 8s in the Black Heaven above Central Continent. What about the Black Heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many grotto heavens there are, or how many rank 8 goo immortals are in these grotto heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture. He did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth qi. Qin Dingling accepted his suggestion. She decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Jun Shen Guang handed over an information path mortal goo, saying, "I have organized this list. They are all goo immortal seeds with great talent, and most importantly, they are loyal to the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sections. However, there's one person that I can't make the decision on my own. I'll need everyone to discuss it together before making a decision." Jun Shen Guang organized this list. There were many mortal goo masters. They were all people with extraordinary aptitude. The Celestial Court lost the battle. The immortal graveyard was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan. Almost everything was being rebuilt. There were many things waiting to be done. Adding on the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Celestial Court had already decided to nurture more goo immortals regardless of the cost. Qin Dingling took the goo worm and probed it with her divine sense. There were many names on the list. Crane Gate's recommendation Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley's recommendation Xiao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sex Gu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor's Wei Wushang, but when it came to Spirit Affinity House, the list was empty. Qin Dingling sighed, her expression becoming complex. She naturally knew the specific list for Spirit Affinity House. It was definitely Feng Kim Hong. But after the Fate War, Feng Jioga changed sides and betrayed the Celestial Court. His whereabouts were unknown. As his daughter, Feng Kim Huang's situation was quite awkward. She was originally taken in as a disciple by Duke Long. She was the future great dream immortal Venerable. But now that Duke Long was dead and fate was destroyed, great dream immortal Venerable no longer had to rely on her. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if the Celestial Court continued to nurture Feng Kim Hong, what would Celestial Court do if she betrayed them like her father? Although Feng Kim Hong was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, the first disciple taught by Duke Long had schemed for millions of years, destroying Fate Gu of the Celestial Court. Would Feng Kim Hong, this second disciple, inherit this fine tradition in the future? Let's hold off on this list for now. We can discuss it later. P.S. Oh my God! Are all of you so ferocious? These days, many new alliance leaders emerged. Thank you to New Nightmare, Fang Yuan, Little Shu Dong, Little Prince Cece, Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, Moon Sangya, Buddha Scripture Lecture, Taoist Profound Gate, Purple Lightning, Berserk God, and others for their tens of thousands of gifts. Thank you to Demon Venerable Guyue for your astonishing gifts. You are truly ferocious. Congratulations on becoming this book's #1 Alliance leader and #1 fan. Thank you to all the readers who supported this book, gifted, and voted for it. The Gu Immortal Battle Team is supported by all of you. You are truly amazing. Chapter 1985. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land, there's a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. There was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold. It was like jade. It had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew this was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed. The world was silent. It was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point of Quiet Rain. Thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jiuge betrayed the Celestial Court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley. It was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry. He came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal. It was like the clouds in the sky. It was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding. It rose and fell abruptly. It was like an eagle flying in the sky. It tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded. The flute sound echoed. It was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sound started to interact. They played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal. Eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge. There was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one. They formed a mixed sound. It had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion. 2 gu worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were 2 sound path mortal gu, zither gu and flute gu. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Huang's arrival. She slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love. It was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time, he said, immortal and demonic are of the same family. Primordial origin immortal venerable was originally called primordial demon venerable by many variant humans. The meaning of this song is extraordinary. Your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it, but during the Fate War he used it. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded. I know. Last time, the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the Celestial Court. This time, the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the Celestial Court quickly approved it. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Juning and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome? My daughter. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. Mother, why are you testing me like this? Ever since father betrayed me and left the Celestial Court, I was mentally prepared. Right now, The dream path immortal Gu have not been taken away. The situation is already very good. Feng Kim Hong said. Fairy Bai Ching heard this and revealed a slight smile. It is not that the righteous path does not have robberies. It is just that it is often covered with a layer of righteousness and morality. It is already very good that you can comprehend this. But you don't have to worry too much. After your father left the celestial court, he created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is seen by everyone. The celestial court and spirit affinity house will not dare to easily deal with you. Feng Kim Hong showed an unhappy expression. Mother, you don't need to speak for father. Even though I can understand father, I will not forgive him. He suddenly left the celestial court without informing us. This is abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. Fairy Bai Ching smiled as she shook her head. She walked towards Feng Kim Hong and held her hand. You misunderstood your father. That immortal and demonic dual song is a song of love that he has always treasured. Other than singing it in front of me, he has never used it for anything else. He only used it during the Fate War to tell me that immortal and demonic are together. His feelings for me have never changed. Even if he leaves the righteous path and returns to the demonic path, it will not affect our relationship as a family of 3. Do you believe it? As long as I show any signs of leaving Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to receive me. It is just that he understands me. He knows that I do not want to become a member of the demonic path. Thus, he gave us a chance to choose freely. He does not want his ideals to become a burden to us. Feng Kim Hong snorted coldly. Father would rather help the great demon Feng Yuan than help Master. Master is indeed stubborn. He always talks about fate, but he has good intentions towards us. He is truly thinking for me. Father's actions are too cold and emotionless. Mother, since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Oh, you. Fairy Bai Ching sighed, but did not urge her daughter to stay. Feng Kim Hong left Quiet Rain Valley and saw 2 female Gu masters. One was beautiful, the other cute. They were all Feng Kim Hong's subordinates. They were standing outside the valley anxiously. Seeing Feng Kim Hong, they immediately showed joyful expressions and welcomed him. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over. The beautiful one was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to take your spot. Sun Yao's cute and round face was filled with unease. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were on good terms with Feng Kim Hong. They had always been Feng Kim Hong's followers. But in recent years, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating Dream Path with Duke Long. He did not have much time to interact with these 2 anymore. Feng Kim Hong laughed heartily. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you did well this time. Why are you apologizing? The recommendation spot is only a small matter. Can't I become an immortal without any help? To me, becoming an immortal is not an obstacle. It is just that I need to consider what kind of Gu immortal I become. But to you, this is a rare opportunity. Make good use of it. After saying that to Sun Yao, Feng Kim Hong looked at Qin Wan. You have always had your own ideas. You can persevere. This time, with the Tao marks on your body, why did you faint? If it wasn't for that, the recommendation spot would have been yours. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister is right. I was too lazy in my cultivation. It is not like that, senior sister. It was senior sister Qin Wan who was injured back then. She could not endure the pain and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's it. Feng Kim Hong nodded, saying regretfully, this is a huge loss indeed. Feng Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Tao marks, scattering them to everyone in the world. The more Heaven Path Tao marks you receive, the more benefits you will have in the future. Be it cultivation or immortal aperture management, there are no benefits. But it is fine even if you don't. This is just a fortuitous encounter. What determines your life's achievements will depend on your own talent and hard work. Yes, Qin Wan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin Wan bowed. Feng Kim Hong laughed again. Let's go. I will give you some pointers. Qin Wan and son Yao immediately showed joyful expressions. The latter even jumped up and down, cheering, "This is great! We have not gathered for a long time." The three walked together, gradually leaving quiet Rain Valley. Inside the valley, Fairy Bai Qing slowly retracted her investigative method. "Daughter, you have grown up." Fairy Bai Qing showed a gratified expression. Feng Kim Hong had a deep understanding of her own situation, the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. She also had her own thoughts on Feng Zhuge's actions. Her foundation was also very solid. "Maybe it was because you betrayed the Celestial Court that promoted your daughter's maturity. Let her walk her own path. As a mother, all I can do is give her my blessings. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and still want a yard after being given an inch, I, Bai Qing, will not give in." Fairy Bai Qing had a cold expression. At the same time, at another place on Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder Su Hao and Li Juning took the initiative to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become a Gu immortal. She had been sent by Spirit Affinity House to become the Lord of Affection Peak. She could reach her current accomplishments not only because of her own hard work, but also because of Su Hao and Li Junying's support. In terms of Gu immortal cultivation and immortal aperture management, Zhao Lianyun had also received guidance from the two immortals. She did not take many detours. Zhao Lianyun engraved these kindness in her heart. This time, when Su Hao and Li Juning came to visit, she immediately came out of closed cultivation and interrupted her cultivation to personally receive them. But after hearing the two immortals' intentions, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. "Seniors, do you want me to use the influence of the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Kim Hong and Fairy Bai Qing? That's right, this is the best opportunity. Feng Zhuge betrayed us at the last moment, causing our celestial court to suffer a great defeat and fate to be destroyed. If we continue to attack now, we will definitely be able to defeat our opponents." Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Zhuge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past, he wanted nothing more than for Feng Zhuge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Zhuge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Zhuge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Zhuge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. "Feng Zhuge has already betrayed Celestial Court. Seniors, you have enmity with him. But why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter?" "Oh, Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it, the scene when you fought with Feng Kim Hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy." Li Juning urged. "If you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sect's recommendation list was originally Feng Kim Hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget." Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim Hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim Hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim Hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. Back then, did that demon Feng Zhuge spare us? "You are too kind, Lianyun." "Lianyun." Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade. "Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed. Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim Hong of the spot. From this, it seems that the attitude of the Celestial Court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the celestial court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end. Only when the victor is determined will it stop. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling, in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed and promised that they would reward her handsomely. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After sending the two immortals away, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Fate's destruction was a huge benefit to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyan's rebirth would greatly reduce the obstacles, but Ma Hongyan's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun cultivated wholeheartedly to increase her strength, to make the best preparations to save her lover in the future. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had a total area of 8,600,000 square kilometers. The flow of time was 1 to 13 times that of the outside world. The terrain mainly consisted of grassland and plains. But after adding the Heaven Path Tao marks, Lianyun Blessed Land was rapidly evolving in all aspects. First, the earth cracked and formed a huge ravine, followed by heavy rain that formed a huge river that connected the east and the west. The river overflowed and formed a flood that drowned the surroundings. 3 days and 3 nights later, the flood subsided, leaving behind large patches of fertile land. Small ravines and rivers connected to the main river, forming an intricate network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the entire transformation of the immortal aperture. She was dazzled and shocked. With the Heaven Path Tao marks, the immortal aperture can evolve on its own. It will become extremely natural and balanced. Even though there are losses temporarily, the potential and prospects have increased by countless times. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven's divine concealment inheritance. She did not need to be affected by calamities and tribulations. There were pros and cons to this. Managing the immortal aperture had always been her weakness. But now, with the evolution of the Heaven Path Tao marks, this weakness of hers became much stronger. If only I had more heavenly law Tao marks. Sigh, it is a pity I only have 6.5 Heaven Path Tao marks in total. And these Tao marks are all in segments. There is not a single complete Heaven Path Tao mark. How many Heaven Path Tao marks can Fang Yuan have? He was in charge of the Go refinement. He was the person closest to these Heaven Path Tao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find an answer, but she knew that the gap between her and Fang Yuan had widened by countless times. P.S. The crowdfunding campaign has temporarily come to an end. Currently, the funds for the Silver Alliance leader have already been raised. Thank you for everyone's support. I am extremely grateful. As for the name list, because of the large number of participants, it will take some time before it can be announced. This crowdfunding campaign was held in a hurry, but everyone was too amazing. They reached it in just a day or two. The Gu Immortal team's ranking is actually at 2nd place. Even we are afraid of the strength we possess when we display it. Many readers were asking about the funds for the physical books. The funds raised from this campaign would be used for the following crowdfunding campaign for the physical books. If this campaign had been held, everyone would have been informed in time. It would have been more on track and would not have been so rushed. Thank you to Alliance Leader, Great Dream, Immortal Venerables, Tao Guardian for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader, Winter Triple Sheep for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader, No Need to Fly for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Wind and Moon for your rewards. Chapter 1986. Wake up, lad. Pung De groaned and struggled to open his eyes. He saw an uncle with a full beard slapping his face with a rough palm. Pung De was dazed for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. "Uncle Emoli," he called out. "Didn't I sleep on the hunchback?" Pung De looked around and couldn't help but be stunned again. The surroundings were covered in sand. The caravan was nowhere to be seen. Only he and Emoli were left. They were in a sorry state. "It hurts." Pung De groaned. He found his body was covered in injuries. Uncle Emoli looked at Pung De and sighed. "Lad, I really don't know what to say about you. You are really lucky. Many Gu masters tried to escape, but died. You're still alive in your sleep. However, if I had not discovered your weak aura in time and dug you out, you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Uncle Emoli, you've saved me again." Pung De grabbed Emoli's hands in gratitude. "But what exactly is going on?" "This is a natural disaster. I have never seen it before." Uncle Emoli heaved a heavy sigh. "Then what about our caravan?" "Sigh. Only the two of us are left now." "What?" Pung De's eyes opened wide as he cursed in his heart. "Why is this world so dangerous? Natural disasters happen at the drop of a hat. I only slept for a while and I almost died again. My heavens, what kind of world did I come to? They simply do not treat humans as humans. The living environment is too vile. At least we are still alive." Emoli knocked on Pung De's head. "Look at you, you are still not satisfied? To be able to survive such a natural disaster is already the greatest fortune. Look at me." Emoli pointed at his chest. "I struggled for most of my life to have this caravan. Now it is all gone. Let's not worry too much. This damned life can only be like this. Sigh, if only I could become an immortal." "Immortal? Are there still immortals in this world?" Emoli glanced at Pung De. "You really forgot everything. You even forgot about immortals?" "Sigh, I'll explain to you later. Let's leave this place first." Pung De then followed Emoli to the nearest oasis. Pung De followed behind Emoli and carefully asked, "Are there a lot of these calamities?" "Of course," Emo said in a weathered tone. "It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. The sandstorm was an assassin who often visited. Sometimes there would be flying knife hurricanes. Every gust of wind could condense into a huge wind blade, cutting everything in its path. Other than natural disasters, there were also evil beasts. For example, this is the wolf desert. Sand wolves are the most common. Howl!" As Molly was speaking, a group of desert wolves suddenly drilled out of the desert. "Wolves, wolves!" Pung De jumped up in fright. "Oh my God! They came out from under the sand. There are so many of them. What should we do, Uncle?" Emoli's expression was grave as he cursed. "Damn it! Why haven't these sand wolves been wiped out by the natural disaster?" But thinking about it, it was not strange. The Chi tide was a phenomenon formed by the fusion of the Chi of heaven and earth, and it originated from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would never kill everyone. Everything would leave a slim chance of survival. Since Emoli and Pung De could survive, there was naturally a chance for other life forms to survive as well. The sand wolves appeared from all directions. But strangely, although they noticed Pung De and Emoli, they did not attack. Instead, they quickly gathered and howled while staring at the desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of horrifying rustling sounds could be heard as golden scorpions drilled out of the ground. Each of these golden scorpions was the size of a millstone. Pung De felt a chill down his spine. The golden scorpions and the sand wolves started a fierce battle. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Emoli and Pung De who were close to them. Pung De's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. We have to break out. Emoli gritted his teeth with a determined expression. But, Uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sandwolves. Panda wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Emoli said, and was about to move. Lad, can you fight? I can't. I lost my memory. These sandwolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out. Emoli said this and laughed. If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone. There is still me. Panda could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Emoli started to break out. Panda shouted, Uncle, wait for me. He could only follow behind Emoli with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Emoli shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel 2 wild beasts before the 2 were surrounded by the beast group. We failed to break out. Emoli sighed and gave up on resisting. Panda clutched his head and fell into despair. His legs were trembling. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be it mini 5 regions or mini 9 heavens, they were in chaos. Many southern borders mountains collapsed and the terrain was unstable. Many central continents rivers changed directions and flooded. Many western deserts sandstorms engulfed oases and cities, Kokidahara. A fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire immortal material, frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow dow marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow dow marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path dow marks. We cannot let these frost ice flames spread. Snowman Gu Immortal Shue Air was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Fong Yuan to manage 3 Sacred Mountain. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 Sacred Mountain. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, with their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no! The frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Shue Air's expression was pale. She was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fong Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Shue Air was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Shue Air held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Fong Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race. But because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Fong Yuan's expectations. But right at this time a figure appeared. Fong Yuan. Shue Air was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Fong Yuan grabbed at the air. Grabbing several times, he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fong Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan. His body shook, and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Shui felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are heaven path Tao marks. Oh heavens, so many heaven path Tao marks. There are at least 1,000? Shui covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui as he vanished from Shui sight along with the frost ice flames. Shui heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many heaven path Tao marks on him. No wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh, I am so useless. I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokidahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Tao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge. Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal bodies' Tao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Tao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks. These Heaven Path Tao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge. It involved many aspects, from the rise and fall of mountains to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokidahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from it. It will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. But this method expends too much foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan had no value to him anymore. Thus, Red Lotus schemed to use the Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Fang Yuan and restrict his growth speed. And even though Fang Yuan had already predicted this, he had no choice but to jump into this trap. Because Fang Yuan found that sovereign immortal fetus Gu might have been tampered with by Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan needed to use these Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Spectral Soul's methods. Red Lotus had been making use of Fang Yuan. This could be seen from the Rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan was also making use of Red Lotus. Only by using this Demon Venerable's plan could Fang Yuan successfully resolve the huge problem of Fate Gu. At the same time, he could use this million-year plan to help himself escape from Spectral Soul's control. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Tao marks to transform the immortal aperture, while Fang Yuan took the initiative to interfere. The Heaven Path Tao marks were transforming the sovereign immortal aperture. He also actively participated, resisting and cooperating with them to preserve his foundation. It was this cooperation and resistance that made Fang Yuan gain many insights. The grand and merciless Heaven Tao, the active resistance of human path. These two resonated with each other in Fang Yuan's mind. It is about time. After a long while, Fang Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body came to the outside world of the 5 regions. He was in Western Desert. There was a short tree in front of him. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked, like monstrous claws. It was extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge. It was 500 to 600 feet tall. It was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. There were many small fruits among the flowers. They were not ripe. They were of different colors. It was that 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree, there was an immortal formation set up by Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan stored the immortal formation. He uprooted the 1,000-wish tree and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action immediately caused the wind and clouds to surge. A surge of qi waves spread in all directions. Feng Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a rainbow light and flew into the sky. The qi waves swept the surrounding desert, producing rumbling sounds. Panda and Mo Li failed to break out. They were surrounded by the desert wolves. They were about to attack when the qi waves spread. The desert wolves were in chaos. They fled in all directions. Panda was shocked. Another natural disaster. Emily opened his eyes wide. He took a look and laughed. "Ha, we are saved. This is not a natural disaster. It is at most a hurricane. Let's go. P.S. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for the cultivation broccoli reward. Thank you, Alliance Leader, Yen Chintianyu, Yen, for the amazing reward." Chapter 1987. After the Qi tide, the sky was clear, and the clouds were sparse. It was a refreshing scene. A yellow cloud was flying in the sky, leaving behind countless specks of light, sand along the way. A female immortal was sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a plump body and a round waist. She was a member of Western Desert's Superforce Mo clan. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal World, she had a title, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She considered being fat to be beautiful. After knowing this title, she liked it very much from then on. She called herself that in public. As time passed, even her original name was covered by this title. While flying on the yellow cloud, Plump Lady's expression suddenly changed. She sensed something amiss. Thus, the yellow cloud turned and flew diagonally. After changing its route slightly, it stopped in the air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud, looking at the huge pit below her. This huge pit was already partially covered by the sand that was blown by the wind. But Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was very familiar with the terrain of sand pits. This is not a naturally formed sand pit. Something was taken away from it, leaving behind an empty space. This aura, it is the aura of an ancient, desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Gu Immortal had secretly taken away an ancient, desolate plant here. Plump Lady snorted coldly, feeling anger in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient, desolate plant was, this was Wolf Desert. It was her Mo clan's territory. Stealing this ancient, desolate plant was the same as stealing Mo clan's wealth. This ancient, desolate plant can conceal itself from my clan's investigation. It must be quite extraordinary. It was probably discovered by someone long ago, but they did not take it away. Now that the Qi tide is going to cause trouble, the person who stole the ancient, desolate plant must have been worried that the Qi tide would harm this ancient, desolate plant. That's why they took action. Plump Lady analyzed inwardly, carefully inspecting the scene. The intruder's movements were very clean. He did not leave behind any obvious clues. She was disappointed. She could only use an information path Gu worm to inform Mo clan, hoping that the clan could send experts to track and capture this damn thief. Plump Lady used an information path Gu worm to record some of the situation before setting off again. She naturally had an important matter to attend to this trip. She could not waste any more time here. As she flew, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city in the center. Although the city walls were short, they were huge. A large number of mortals lived in the city. This was Sand Wolf City. Sand Wolf City was one of the main cities of the Mo clan. The Plump Lady didn't hide her tracks and directly descended to the city, Lord's Manor. There were already people in the city master's mansion who were prepared to receive the Plump Lady. When they saw the Plump Lady, they all knelt on the ground and shouted, "We greet the immortal! Get up, all of you!" The Plump Lady withdrew the yellow cloud, stepped on the ground, and walked in front of the crowd. "Exalted immortal, Your welcome banquet is ready. It has the best wine and delicacies in Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today," the city lord said flatteringly. However, the plump lady waved her hand. She was not interested and only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to train in seclusion. Also, I asked you to gather talented and loyal Gu masters. How is it going?" "It's about time. Most of the Gu masters in the city have already been selected," the city lord quickly replied. "Very good. In 3 days, I will take them away. Now go and do your work." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord hurriedly promised. The secret room's door slowly closed. Plump Lady activated the Gu formation inside. She had an exhausted expression as her divine sense entered her immortal aperture. Seeing the scene inside, she let out a deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was a flat area. At the center of the desert, Plump Lady had arranged over 6,000 acres of sand fields. These sand fields mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. There were light sand of various colors, as well as cold and warm quicksand. This was a trade that Plump Lady had been doing for a long time. But during the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to transform. The terrain became undulating. Sand dunes were increasing in number. There was even an earth trench that resembled a blade that slashed down horizontally. It cut across the entire desert center. A huge area of sand fields had suffered great losses. "I don't have wisdom path methods. I cannot deduce and restrain this natural transformation. Unless I ask a wisdom path Gu Immortal for help, but my foundation is too low, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps." Plump Lady sighed internally. Mo Clan also had wisdom path Gu Immortals, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if they were close, wisdom path deductions would expend immortal essence. They could not sacrifice it for Plump Lady. Therefore, there had to be some sort of reward. Furthermore, I have been absorbing heaven and earth chi recently. My mortal aperture is becoming unstable. At this moment, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi were no longer obstructed. They were actively fusing. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was also changing. This caused the foundation of Western Desert's Gu Immortals' immortal apertures to be different from the outside world's heaven and earth chi. When Gu Immortals absorbed these different heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would become unstable and cause turbulence. But the best way for Gu Immortals to deal with it was to cooperate and absorb the heaven and earth chi frequently. If they went into closed cultivation, when the outside world's heaven and earth chi changed greatly, they would open their immortal aperture's entrance to connect to the outside world. The turbulence would be even greater. The damage to the immortal aperture would be even more severe. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to make up for the loss of heaven and earth chi. Wisdom path was a high and mighty path, while chi path had been declining for a long time. There were very few chi path Gu Immortals. Plump Lady's thoughts were just fantasies. They were unrealistic. She could only console herself. Even though she did not have the help of Wisdom Path or Chi Path, the other Gu Immortals did not either. Thus, she would not be eliminated and left behind immediately. Plump Lady had a deep sense of danger. This was a common feeling among the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. The 5 regions were united. Everyone knew that the future would not be peaceful. Thus, be they Gu Immortals who cultivated alone or the various forces, they were all preparing for the upcoming battle. This time, Plump Lady came to Sandwolf City on orders to gather more Gu Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, not just Mo Clan, not just Western Desert, the whole of the 5 regions and even the Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heavens were preparing for war. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had been relatively peaceful. When super forces nurtured Gu Immortals, they would first consider resources and reserves. But now all forces were preparing for war. They were even going all out. Almost all forces placed their resources after Gu immortals. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough Gu immortals, when the enemy exterminated them in the future, the cultivation resources that they could not use would belong to others. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Plump Lady looked at the sand fields in her immortal aperture, her heart bleeding. She could not give up on these 6,000 acres of sand fields. This was her only source of income. It was her main source of income for her cultivation. Plump Lady could only try to protect it. The future was unpredictable. She did not know how long the chi tides would last, but she had to try her best to protect them. In the current world, only Fang Yuan knows how long the chi tides will last. He has spring-autumn cicada after all. He was reborn from the future. Plump Lady was very envious of this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand fields in her immortal aperture, repairing the Gu formation inside. The earth trench could not be repaired. Therefore, the originally neat and tidy 6,000 acres of sandfield was split into 2 halves. If only I had an immortal formation. Plump Lady felt some regret. Mo clan also had a formation path, Gu immortal. Back then, when setting up the sandfields, Mo clan's formation path, Gu immortal, had asked Plump Lady if she needed his help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want her immortal aperture to be exposed. On the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she needed an immortal Gu in her possession to construct the immortal formation. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. Secondly, the compensation for Mo clan's formation path, Gu immortal, was not cheap. If I had set up the immortal formation back then, my losses would have been much lower. Sigh. Who could have thought that my own immortal aperture would not be safe? Plump Lady thought of this, and could not help but feel envious of that formation path, Gu immortal, in her clan. In this current period, this Mo clan's formation path, Gu immortal, was quite popular. Many people sought his help to set up protective immortal formations for the resource points in their immortal apertures. Plump Lady hated her own earth path cultivation. Earth path was good at changing terrain, but there were the most earth path Gu immortals in Western Desert. Plump Lady's earth path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for dual cultivation, Plump Lady did not dare to have such an arrogant thought. She only cultivated earth path now, but she did not have enough time and money. Cultivating 2 paths was simply courting death. Moreover, only those rare and outstanding inheritances had methods to cultivate both. For example, if Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch, or Duke Long had left their inheritances. After Plump Lady repaired the sand fields in her immortal aperture, she needed to buy some sand. Sand fields use sand to store sand. Without enough immortal material sand and rocks, the production would be greatly affected. Plump Lady took out a Gu worm and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. All sorts of information appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. A large number of wills were talking, and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, Gu immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth chi frequently to keep up with the world. On the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, Gu immortals needed immortal materials. They needed help from Gu immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in Jewel Yellow Skies became very lively. There's another wave of chi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this chi tide going to end? Damn it. My fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth chi, to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The Gu immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the chi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body's Tao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained too many heaven path Tao marks. His strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus, Gu, was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jin Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying. He can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The Gu immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow. He devours other people's immortal apertures. He is the bane and enemy of us Gu immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I am just a minor character. How could I encounter Fang Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward. I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Fang Yuan and offending him. How lucky can he be? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength. Even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. Even if I accidentally find him, I will not dare to expose his information. Plump Lady listened to the discussions of the Gu immortals, her emotions fluctuating. This news had appeared in jewel yellow skies many days ago. It had been in a huge commotion and was still being discussed now. It was extremely popular and showed no signs of weakening. The fate battle was witnessed by everyone in the world. Fang Yuan's performance was truly shocking and terrifying. His pseudo-venerable battle strength was known by the world. The title of the #1 demon in the world had already been given to him. No one did not respect him. It is best if I do not meet such a great person in my life. No matter how fat I am still a small person. If I get involved in this battle between great experts, not even a speck of dust will be left. Plump Lady knew her limits. She only wanted to watch the show. However, she did not know that she had once fought with Fang Yuan. In fact, the thief who stole the ancient desolate plant that she had just discovered was Fang Yuan. Just as the Plump Lady was cultivating in seclusion, two figures in a sorry state supported each other as they slowly made their way to the entrance of the Sand Wolf City. The city guards did not chase them away because they had already recognized that these two were Gu masters. The guard only walked towards them and stretched out his hand. City entrance fee, 1 yuan stone per person. There is an entrance fee? One of the Gu masters who was in trouble stared with wide eyes. It was Pongda. The middle-aged Gu master he was supporting was naturally Emoli. The two were saved by the chi wave caused by Fang Yuan moving the 1,000-wish tree away. They went through a lot of trouble and finally returned to Sand Wolf City. I have it here. Emoli was prepared. He took out 2 yuan stones and placed them in the guard's hand. Pongda stared at these 2 yuan stones. Along the way, he had received Mo Li's guidance. He could already look into his aperture and found the 3 Gu worms on him. He also understood the value of yuan stone. It was not just a currency. It could also replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 yuan stone to enter the city. Pongda sighed. Uncle Emoli, I will pay you back. Emoli patted his shoulder. Lad, let's go. No matter how poor I am, I do not need to worry about this bit of money. During this period of time, you can stay at my place. You are unfamiliar with this place and have no money on you. How can you survive alone? Mo Li guided Pongda along the way. He found that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation. He completely believed his words of amnesia. Uncle, I am really grateful to you. You saved my life and took such good care of me. What are you talking about? Mo Li interrupted Pang Da's words and led him into the city. Mo Li's house was in the central area of Sandwolf City. It was a huge house with many flowers and trees planted in the courtyard. Wife, I'm back. Mo Li knocked on the door. It was his wife who opened it. Husband, you are finally back. Mo Li's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. She was overjoyed upon seeing her husband. I heard about the Qi tide. I thought you... I was lucky and did not die, but the caravan was destroyed. Only this little brother and I survived. Sigh. Mo Li heaved a deep sigh. Isn't being alive enough for you to rejoice? Mo Li's wife rolled her eyes. Auntie. Pang De greeted at an appropriate time. Mo Li's wife chuckled. Little brother, my old Mo has to thank you for guiding us along the way. Pang Da's face immediately turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was all thanks to Uncle taking care of me this time. Without Uncle's help, I would have died in the desert. When we are outside, we should take care of each other. Quickly come in. Mo Li's wife was very enthusiastic. Mo Li and Pang Da were finally safe after going through hardships. In Mo Li's house, after taking a quick bath, the two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Pang Da was woken up by Mo Li and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Mo Li said to his wife, We still have a lot of money left, although the caravan was destroyed this time. As long as I am here, I can rebuild a caravan. However, his wife looked hesitant. Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately you came back alive. What is it? Mo Li asked curiously. Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select Gu masters with a great aptitude who are loyal to Mo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these Gu masters into Gu immortals. Oh, there is such a thing. Mo Li hesitated. The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates and did not see it. Mo Li's wife continued. Our son heard this news and wanted to join. Mo Li laughed. It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has great aptitude. Mo Li's wife smiled. Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Mo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended. Mo Li immediately realized and asked, How much? Mo Li's wife said a number, causing Pang Da to open his mouth in shock. Mo Li's wife frowned. Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough. Master, you make the decision. Mo Li was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone. Husband. Mo Li's wife was extremely moved, but also worried. But our caravan is completely destroyed, I am afraid. Chapter 1988. The sky was light purple. There were large patches of gray-white clouds in the sky. They were like thick fog that accumulated in the air, causing soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's vision to be limited. But the layout of this place was very good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it inwardly. He disguised himself as a soul beast and successfully infiltrated this Grotto Heaven. It had already been many days. He gradually discovered many details about soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto Heaven. There were large amounts of soul path cultivation resources. There were at least 10 super resource points. In history, there had been a grand occasion where 2 rank 8 soul path experts appeared at the same time, but this was a rare occasion. The greatest characteristic of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was that its soul-pacifying immortal killer move could affect all living beings in the Grotto Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and calm the Gu immortal soul. It was an excellent support for soul cultivators. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was the water of Bewitching Lake. It was called soul-pacifying soup. It was a supreme wine in the world. This was recorded in the legends of Renzu. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's killer move, soul-pacifying, was created by imitating soul-pacifying soup. Even Spectral Soul felt that the killer move's effect was quite good. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most number of soul beasts. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven originally raised soul beasts. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions were unified, in order to prepare for war, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Go-Immortals actively went out to gather more soul beasts. But the higher-ups led by Lady Cold Ash felt that it was not enough. They frequently sent Go-Immortals out to search for more soul beasts. Thanks to the killer move soul-pacifying, even immemorial soul beasts that entered soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven were very peaceful. They were not rash at all. After Insun returned to the Grotto Heaven and rested for several days, he received another order to go out and hunt soul beasts. This time, I will let you lead 3,000 soul beasts and 1 immemorial soul beast guard. Perform well. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash personally summoned him. And Sun was the tall and thin Go-Immortal from before, Lady Cold Ash's nephew. He was the rank 7 Go-Immortal with the highest chance of advancing to the next step in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Nephew, thanks, Aunt, for your care. And Sun said awkwardly, but nephew really doesn't have the ability to control such a huge spirit beast. Lady Cold Ash slapped with her hand. With this killer move of mine, you will be able to control this soul beast army for 20 days. You will be able to command it with ease. And Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. He understood that this was his aunt personally giving him special treatment to take care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven did not lack resources and had a deep foundation, when nurturing Go-Immortals, there was a first-come, first-serve rule. Lady Cold Ash secretly helped Insun because she wanted him to stand out in the competition against Inchong and become the first rank 7 Go-Immortal to receive support. She was his aunt after all. And Sun led his army of soul beasts and left the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Over the past few days he had gained very little, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Chi Tide, when the living beings are plunged into misery and suffering, and a large number of living beings die, their souls should be left behind to form more soul beasts. And Sun really couldn't understand. Along the way, he did not encounter many soul beasts, but he collected many Chi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven. These Chi Path immortal materials could not be used, they could only be sold for transactions. Spectral Soul understood what Insun could not understand. It seems that after the Chi Tide, Chi Path Tao marks will appear, causing all other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. New soul beasts will not be able to form. In contrast, Chi Path immortal materials are everywhere at the start, but in the end, there will be more and more of them. Spectral Soul saw this trend and had a strange feeling. To think that Chi Path has a chance to regain its former glory! Chi Path had been declining for a long time, but in this situation, Chi Path immortal materials were being produced on a large scale in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This caused Chi Path cultivation resources to be plentiful. The cost of cultivation was even lower. This would definitely create a trend of Chi Path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Insun out of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. He naturally had other intentions. He had basically explored soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul could not make a move inside, but outside it was different. But Spectral Soul did not attack directly. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, more than 10 days later, Insun encountered a group of 1,000 wild soul beasts. We finally met them. Insun was overjoyed. He quickly commanded the soul beast army to attack. a huge battle started. At first, Sun had the upper hand, but soon he found that an immemorial soul beast had appeared among the enemy's soul beasts. Sun quickly let out his guard. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The two immemorial soul beasts fought fiercely, creating a small empty battlefield in the middle of the battlefield. The enemy immemorial soul beast was stronger than Sun had expected. His immemorial soul beast fell into a disadvantage. It was about to be defeated, and Sun was startled, and he hurriedly helped the immemorial soul beasts on his side in battle. Eventually, Sun paid the price of being heavily injured to kill the enemy immemorial soul beast. Sun felt very regretful that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast alive, but he had tried many methods to subdue it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to kill this wild immemorial soul beast in the end. After the battle, Sun forced his injured body to check his gains. After deducting his losses, he gained over 800 soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts among them. I should be able to complete my mission now. Sun let out a sigh of relief. This result was worthy of Lady Cold Ash's care. He did not let her down. However, right when Sun's mind relaxed, Spectral Soul moved at lightning speed, charging into Sun's body. Sun's expression twisted. He shuddered for a while before calming down. Spectral Soul came out of his body, and Sun immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Master!" Spectral Soul nodded. He had an exhausted expression. His innate ability could enter a living being's soul and forcefully modify it, making all living beings become loyal to Spectral Soul. However, there were also many restrictions, and he couldn't use it as he pleased. Back then, when Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Genuine in Celestial Court, he had taken advantage of their weakness. Back then, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Genuine were in poor states. Fairy Myrtle had been influenced for a long time. Thus, when Spectral Soul wanted to deal with Sun, he had to wait until he was weak before using this method. The reason why he did not attack directly and instead directed this battle was to deceive soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Sun was a rank 7 Gua mortal. He could barely move in Black Heaven. He had investigative methods on him. Once anything happened, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven would react quickly. After subduing Sun, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven will have a breakthrough here. Will Lady Cold Ash be far away? Spectral Soul snickered. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could also control it to influence the world and realize his schemes. I have already made a breakthrough here. It is much better than hunting wild soul beasts earlier. I wonder if Fairy Myrtle has made any breakthroughs. At the same time, in a certain valley in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Fairy Myrtle shouted as she shot out a purple meteor. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan's body, piercing through his chest and creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Myrtle as he fell to the ground, turning into a lump of smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Myrtle was mentally prepared, she still felt a trace of fatigue. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Genuine had already killed over 100 of these Fang Yuan clones. She immediately made a move, restraining the smoke that the Myriad Self clone had turned into. Next, she pulled out a sealed Fang Yuan clone from her aperture. She threw all the smoke that the Myriad Self clone had turned into the sealed Fang Yuan clone. Soon, this lump of white smoke was absorbed by Fang Yuan's clone, causing his cultivation level to rise by a large amount. These were Fang Yuan's Myriad Self clones that were activated by Fang Yuan during the battle in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, then, used the teleportation formation to teleport them all over Central Continent. Fairy Myrtle received Spectral Soul's order to find Fang Yuan, but after putting up a huge bounty, she received a large amount of information regarding these Fang Yuan clones. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to pay a huge sum of money to thank the Gua mortals who provided the information. On the other hand, She had no choice but to travel around and deal with Feng Yuan's myriad self-clones in Central Continent. If these myriad self-clones were left alone, they would be the best cover for Feng Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had an extravagant thought. What if Feng Yuan's main body was hiding among these clones? That wasn't impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. If I capture one, I can follow the connection and find the other clones nearby. But Fairy Myrtle looked at the cultivation level of the sealed Feng Yuan clone, feeling worried. Feng Yuan's human path attainment level is actually so high. These myriad self-clones can actually devour each other, and they are so lifelike. There are two reasons why Feng Yuan's strength is low now. One is the fusion of heaven and earth qi, forming qi tides that destabilize the immortal aperture. The other is the heaven path Tao marks that are acting like a seal. Among the many paths, human path is the path that can best deal with heaven path. I wonder how many heaven path Tao marks Feng Yuan has, and how long these heaven path Tao marks can suppress him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini Central Continent. With the 1,000-wish tree as the core, an immortal array had already been set up and was slowly being activated. Due to the influence of the heaven path Tao marks, sovereign Grotto Heaven was in chaos and calamities. But even in such a situation, Feng Yuan still expended a lot of effort to construct and maintain this formation. Good. After observing for a while and confirming that the immortal formation was operating normally, Feng Yuan smiled. This was a human path formation, and the 1,000-wish tree was an ancient, desolate plant of human path. Using his high attainment level in human path and formation path, Feng Yuan was able to achieve this result. The formation in mini Central Continent was only the main formation. There would be 4 human path subformations set up in the other 4 mini regions in the future. Let me see the effect of using human path to suppress heaven path. Feng Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 1989. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here. And Sun cried out in excitement. Under his watchful eyes, a group of more than 1,000 soul beasts slowly made their way towards the ambush. Once they entered the ambush, and Sun immediately mobilized the soul beasts that were lying in ambush to attack the wild soul beasts. And Sun commanded the soul beast army while activating immortal goo and unleashing all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves spread out, the soul beast's battle strength, speed, defense, and other aspects all rose sharply. This battle lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, and Sun successfully killed more than 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured by him. Master! And Sun took out a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and swallowed all of these soul cores into his body. He started to digest them. Ever since the last time, when he followed Sun out and subdued him, Spectral Soul's situation was opened up. He secretly imparted all sorts of soul path profundities to Sun. He even created soul path killer moves for him based on the soul path immortal goo that Sun had. And Sun's strength continued to rise. He took on missions to capture soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created 2 methods for this. One could detect the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simple immortal formation that could attract wild soul beasts after being set up. With these 2 methods, and Sun's efficiency in capturing wild soul beasts rose greatly, he completed all of his missions well. Lady Coldash saw that her nephew did not let her down. He even improved and displayed brilliance. She was very pleased. In soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Coldash was the only rank 8. She was the leader. Below her were Sun and Chong. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited Lady Coldash, Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them along. On one hand, it was to increase their knowledge. On the other hand, it was to give them a chance to show themselves and get to know Goo Immortals of the same level. While Lady Cold Ash was discussing in the Grotto Heaven and Sun and Inchong were outside the Grotto Heaven's entrance. They became familiar with the rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heaven forces. Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun had already become Spectral Soul Servant. In fact, the whole of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, including her, was shrouded in the shadow of Spectral Soul. The future was dangerous. More and more missions were completed, and the results were getting better and better. In the competition between Sun and Inchong, Sun clearly had the upper hand. Lady Cold Ash saw this. The other Grotto Heaven Go-Immortals also saw this. On this day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Inchong and instructed. Ever since Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch summoned us to discuss, he has been pushing for it. He wants to quickly form an alliance among the Grotto Heaven's local forces. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but we only have 2 rank 8s. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 Go-Immortal from Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. Your trip to the East Sea is to represent the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to contact Granny Skeleton and express our sincerity in working together. Yes, and Chong accepted the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. Sending him on this mission was to completely help Sun secure victory, so that he could become a person that the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven would focus on nurturing. If Sun's performance was about the same as his, Chong would naturally feel indignant and angry. But Sun's performance was extremely good, far surpassing him. Even Chong knew that he had no hope of winning. He accepted this important mission and also took a lot of immortal materials from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's treasury as a gift. After leaving soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he directly passed through the heavenly Wind-Chi wall and went to the 5 regions. He concealed his tracks and went to Eastern Sea from Central Continent. Next, he flew into the sky from Eastern Sea, passing through the heavenly Wind-Chi wall and going to Granny Skeleton. When the regional walls existed, it was not easy for Go-Immortals to cross regions. Many strong Go-Immortals chose to travel through Black Heaven and White Heaven. But now that the regional walls were gone, even a Black Heaven Go-Immortal like Inchong chose to travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven's environment was dangerous. It would be troublesome if he met an immemorial, desolate beast. Even though Inchong had an immemorial soul beast in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. Especially now that the Chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Go-Immortals were all recuperating. They rarely went out. Thus, it was very convenient for Inchong to travel. Along the way, Inchong found that the 5 regions were also facing a huge calamity. The Chi tides were wreaking havoc. He did not encounter any accidents. He smoothly arrived at Eastern Sea and went to immemorial Black Heaven, according to the communication method given to him by Lady Cold Ash. He successfully arrived at Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed. The Chi tides are surging. With this huge change in the world, if we do not work together, the future will be unpredictable. Especially us human forces, we need to work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not make things difficult for Inchong. She quickly agreed. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in my Eastern Sea Black Heaven, variant human forces are also superior. Lady Cold Ash wants to work together with us. How can that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch just sit back and watch? He is definitely contacting the variant human forces in the other Grotto Heavens of Black Heaven. And Chong knew that Granny Skeleton would not speak nonsense. He quickly asked, "Senior, what do you think?" Granny Skeleton said, "Since we are going to work together with the human forces in immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have already contacted many people. The response is very positive. Among them, there is an important person that we need your help to recruit." Granny Skeleton paused before continuing. This person is also a rank 8 Go-Immortal. He is called Old Immortal Huayu. He is in charge of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. He has a great reputation in eastern seas, White Heaven. If we can recruit this person, we will be able to bring out a group of White Heaven Gu immortals. It will save us a lot of effort. And Chong heard this and thought, going to see old immortal Huayu was not part of his mission, but if he could complete it, he would have a chance to compete with Insun again. Thinking of this, and Chong made up his mind, he said to Granny Skeleton, "Since Senior has such good intentions, Junior will go to profound literature, Grotto Heaven." Granny Skeleton praised, "Good," as expected of someone from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old immortal Huayu does not like fighting and killing, so he has not been interested in my suggestion of an alliance. If you can succeed this time, I will reward you greatly." And Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven to meet old immortal Huayu. Even though old immortal Huayu had little interest in the alliance, and Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash. The other party was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. Old immortal Huayu did not hesitate. He opened the door and welcomed Chong in. After seeing old immortal Huayu, and Chong used the excuse that he had thought about 1,000 times along the way, but old immortal Huayu was unmoved. "My Huayu Grotto Heaven does not participate in worldly affairs. We are independent and maintain neutrality. Even though we are not participating in the alliance, we can still exchange resources." Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was rich in soul path resources. Many of them were suitable for profound literature, Grotto Heaven. And Chong saw that he could not convince old immortal Huayu. It was good to have such a transaction. This was the first time they were interacting with each other. In the future, wouldn't there be a friendship after many transactions? With a deeper relationship, if he proposed an alliance, there would be new hope. After bidding farewell to old immortal Huayu, and Chong was asked to stay by the other Gu immortals. The one who received him was Gu immortal Huasong. Huasong said to Chong, "Envoy, you have traveled a long distance to come here. You must stay for a few days." Coincidentally, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. There will be many beautiful essays that will be created. I am really looking forward to it. And Chong had already learned from Granny Skeleton that profound literature, Grotto Heaven, focused on poetry and songs. Gu immortals were all well-read. They loved essays far more than wine and beauties. And Chong wanted to build a good relationship with profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Even though he was not interested in essays and poems, he could not reject Hua Song's good intentions. He immediately agreed. The World Poetry Competition was held. This was an unprecedented grand event. It had never happened in the history of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Thus, once it was held, it immediately attracted many scholars from all over profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Other than the scholars who wanted to show off in the World Poetry Competition, there were also many people who came to watch the show. Thus, the capital city, which was the venue of the poetry competition, was already filled with people since a month ago. On the crowded streets, Li Xiaobai and Teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 venues. Xiaobai, if you want to change your current predicament, this is the best time. I know your talent. It is enough for you to pass the first 10 venues. But for the next 8, it will depend on your luck. Sai, I cannot help you this time. I might even become your opponent. Teacher Jiang sighed. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate in such a grand event. He wanted to exchange pointers and compete with the scholars from all over the world. Li Xiaobai heard this and had the urge to roll his eyes. He sighed inwardly. I am almost certain that Teacher will become my opponent. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent to profound literature Grotto Heaven as a chess piece to conquer it. At the start, Li Xiaobai's journey was smooth sailing. He even obtained the favor of Su Chi Han, the eldest daughter of Su tribe. Li Xiaobai thus became one of the 10 great scholars of the world. He even had the possibility of becoming Su tribe's son-in-law. However, just as Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook and a mountain torrent poured down. Li Xiaobai's group was either injured or dead. After being trapped in the valley for several months, Li Xiaobai finally escaped. He narrowly escaped death. Because of this, he missed the timing and did not meet the current emperor. Without the emperor's approval, the honor of being one of the 10 great scholars was replaced by someone else. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Chi Han, but he found out that Su Chi Han immediately went to save him after learning of his predicament, but she went missing and had not returned yet. Li Xiaobai came to the capital city and encountered many setbacks. He was assassinated and unintentionally offended the nobles. He was not happy at all. If not for his teacher Zhang's help, he might have wandered the streets and become a beggar. His mind, however, was completely clear. Even though my main body destroyed fake Gu, my powerful luck was almost completely expended in this battle. It even caused my clone to become extremely unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is a selection activity for profound literature grotto heaven to actively prepare Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher is not clear about this, since he is participating, he will definitely become an obstacle for me. Chapter 1990. Lord Gu Masters. Please come in. Please come in. The waiter bowed as he welcomed Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house in the capital. It is very lively. I have been here many times. Hua Song transmitted to Enchong secretly. The 2 Gu immortals disguised themselves as Gu masters and came to profound literature, grotto heaven's capital. Enchong would rather sit on a cloud and look at the capital. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only go along with the host. I want a private room on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with the place. The 2 came to the 5th floor and entered the room. Opening the window, they saw a huge crowd on the street. The first venue was at the end of the street. The bronze door was filled with people. These are the current generation scholars of profound literature grotto heaven. They are also the future hope of profound literature grotto heaven. Please take a look. Hua Song sighed as he gave Enchong a rank 5 investigative Gu worm. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong looked at it and used it. His vision changed immediately. He saw that there were talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi were colorful. They were of different shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for him. Since there is such a Gu worm that can detect talent chi, why is there a need to hold such a selection? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You do not know. Talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if you have a lot, it is useless if you cannot use them. Furthermore, in this selection, you have to compose poems on the spot. They cannot be faked. It also tests the attainment of the scholars. Many scholars with high talent chi might not have the inspiration to compose poems of the highest standard. Enchong nodded. I see that the formation here is not only connected, it can also nurture the scholar's creativity. Hua Song nodded. That's right, venerable wisdom. In this immortal formation, scholars can often perform exceptionally well. They can display their talent and aptitude. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The waiter obtained Hua Song's permission and brought in a basin of delicious wine and food. 8 treasure wild duck, golden thread, crispy sparrow, panda crab meat. These are our tea house's signature dishes. Please enjoy, the waiter said. Hua Song casually rewarded him with a yuan stone and sent the waiter away. Hua Song introduced to Enchong. Envoy, although the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by old man Hua Yu when he was young. Back then, he was a rank 4 Gu master and became the top scorer. Thus, he named this tea as the top scorer tea. Oh, Enchong's interest was piqued. This was the work of a young, rank 8 Gu immortal. Then I'll have to taste it properly. Enchong drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. In a trance, a slight feeling of excitement rose up in his heart, as if he had finally succeeded after smiling bitterly for more than 10 years, and the complacency of life was close at hand. Good tea, good tea. Enchong praised sincerely. Although this tea is mortal tea, It actually has a trace of human charm. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Celestial Court used several human path killer moves consecutively. Each move had unparalleled power and shook the world. The might of the human Tao could be said to be known to all. While the two immortals were sipping their tea, the bronze door of the first venue slowly opened. The crowd in front of the door immediately roared, "It's open, it's open! Don't squeeze! Quickly let me in!" The crowd surged into the door one after another. Li Xiaobai was also in the crowd, but he was at the back. He followed the crowd while trying to figure out the rules of this selection. The World Poetry Competition has a total of 18 venues. Each venue has a question. Everyone has to answer it at the same time. No matter how many people there are, it will depend on the quality of their work. Only half of them can advance. After advancing to the later venues, half of them will still be chosen. Only by advancing and clearing all 18 venues can they meet the requirements of the selection. If they fail midway, they will have to return to the previous venue. If they fail consecutively and leave the first venue, they will have completely failed. However, the World Poetry Competition lasts for 7 days. Everyone has 3 chances to fail completely. This way, it is enough for profound literature Grotto Heaven to select excellent Gu Immortal seeds. Even if they make a mistake, they can try again. But if any scholar fails to perform properly for 7 days, it means that they are not qualified enough to become a Gu Immortal with the Grotto Heaven's nurturing. Li Xiaobai collected his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first venue. The venue was spacious. It was filled with scholars. There were men and women, old and young. There were so many of them that even if there were not 10,000 of them, there were at least several thousand. This was only the first day. Li Xiaobai waited in the venue for another incense's time before all the scholars in the first venue were accepted. There was a sea of people. It was very noisy. Thankfully, the first venue was an immortal formation space. It could expand at will. It could accommodate more scholars. Dong, dong, dong. With a series of drum sounds, the same voice entered the scholars' ears. World Poetry Competition's first question. Spring. Time limit is 5 minutes. After saying this, the voice vanished. The first question is spring? Many scholars frowned, but there were also many scholars who were overjoyed. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are too many poems in Wing Chun. This question seems very easy. After all, scholars have more or less created poems related to this topic before. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires us to create new poems on the spot, as long as we modify the original work, it can still be considered a new poem. But in reality, this question is quite difficult. Li Xiaobai had a solemn expression. He knew that in order to create a poem, he had to compare himself with the people around him. Only by being stronger than half of the scholars would he be able to advance. Quite a few scholars had realized this. Many people began to think hard. Some people directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Some people walked around with their hands behind their back, and some people lowered their heads and murmured softly. Li Xiaobai was thinking, which one should I copy? He had many Wing Chun poems in his memory. There were many classics that had been passed down for generations. But it was not good to take out a classic for the first time. This would make it difficult for Li Xiaobai to perform in the future. The scale of his talent did not belong to the first-rate level. If he were to take out a famous piece of work that had been passed down for generations, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If he was lucky, Li Xiaobai might be slightly more aggressive. But now that his luck was low, Li Xiaobai decided to play it safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, many scholars had already created new poems. All kinds of lights shone. The lights were colorful, strong or weak. Every time the halos dissipated from the bodies of the scholars, they would reap some benefits. Some obtained goo worms, some gained a breakthrough in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, some recovered their fatigue. This was the killer move aid literary talents. The creator of profound literature Grotto Heaven, the original owner, had set up this killer move before he died. Because of this killer move-aid literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study hard, eventually forming profound literature, Grotto Heaven, which had a flourishing literary style. Li Xiaobai finally decided on his poem. He coughed lightly and started to recite, Moonlight. Deeper in the night, the moonlight is half a house. The North Dipper is hanging down. The South Dipper is slanting. Tonight is the warm spring air. The sound of insects can be heard through the green veil. Li Xiaobai had just finished reciting when he heard a soft sound. His body started to shine with a green light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scholars around Li Xiaobai all felt a formless pressure. The green light forced them to scatter, leaving behind a large empty space. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing in the center. Such a powerful light. A classic has appeared. To think that a classic would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars' thoughts were interrupted. They looked at Li Xiaobai with envious and probing gazes. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was internally conflicted. Sigh, I copied too much, the effect is too good. I attracted a lot of attention. He glanced around, hoping that some people would stand up and not let him be the only one in the limelight. The green light continued to enter his aperture, causing his cultivation level to rise. Oh, a classic has appeared. Let me read it. Inside the tea house, Hua Song had some thoughts. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, amazing! This Li Xiaobai is so young, but he is an experienced poet. Normally, Wing Chun poems are mostly about green and peach blossoms. But this poem goes in the opposite direction. Using the night sky to hide the spring scenery, it is truly ingenious. The last line of the poem must have been dug up by Li Xiaobai from his own life. It exudes a refreshing, joyous, and lively feeling. Reading a poem is like reading a person. This Li Xiaobai's state of mind is excellent. Hua Song praised as if he had tasted the best delicacy in the world. He looked at Chong and smiled. I wonder what esteemed envoy thinks of this poem. And Chong felt a headache coming on as he complained. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that this poem had so many benefits. Sai, now that you want me to comment, what should I do? Chapter 1991. Li Xiaobai's expectations did not go to waste. After he recited the famous poem, 3 people stood out. A muscular man wearing a golden mask, his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a walking stick, green chi coiled around his body. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a pink dress and a veil. After she recited the poem, countless light butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famous poems. They were on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This world has gu worms that can assist in creation. Moreover, gu masters can extend their lifespan. They can gain more experience and accumulation in life. Thus, compared to Earth, famous poems are more likely to appear. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare masterpiece, but in profound literature Grotto Heaven, it could not be compared to others. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them looked at each other in different directions. The muscular man, the old man, and the woman all placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They had guessed and understood each other's identities. But Li Xiaobai suddenly appeared. Who is this young man? Even though he has talent, he is not very deep. He actually created a famous poem? He, an interesting young man. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai. It seems that you performed exceptionally well this time. Continue to work hard. There were no abnormalities. Li Xiaobai successfully advanced and was transported out. When he calmed himself down, he found himself in another venue. This is the 5th venue. Scholars, please wait patiently. A voice entered Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai immediately understood. So there are differences in advancement. The poems I came up with were enough for me to skip 3 venues and jump all the way to the 5th venue. This rule is quite reasonable. But this way, all the Gu masters who could reach here would have created famous poems. Among these people, half of them advanced. The pressure has increased by several times. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked around. He saw 2 familiar faces. They were the muscular man and woman from before. Noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. Her face behind the veil seemed to be smiling. But that muscular man was very arrogant. After taking a glance at Li Xiaobai, he closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 of them in the entire 5th venue. I wonder which venue that old man has been promoted to. I'd better pretend to be resting. When scholars compose poems, all of them try their best to come up with a good idea. Only he, on the other hand, was only looking for a suitable poem. This was too easy, and he needed to conceal it a little. Li Xiaobai waited in the 5th arena for a few minutes before the 2nd round of the competition began. He had more than 20 competitors in total. This made Li Xiaobai feel a lot of pressure. The topic of the 2nd round was out. 2 words, travel. The time limit was still 5 minutes. Travel? This topic is the same as spring. It's broad and easy to write, but it's difficult to create a masterpiece. The burly man sighed in his heart. The woman was thinking, I'm not good at this topic. What should I do? Li Xiaobai was also thinking, which one should I copy? He thought for a while. He felt that he could not find something that was too classic or the effect would be explosive, but he could not find something that was too inferior either. He was so close to failing and falling out of the 5th venue. This made Li Xiaobai feel troubled. It was not easy to grasp the degree of difficulty. He understood himself, but he was not familiar with the others. He did not know what kind of poem he should use to win without being in the limelight. In the 1st venue, my method was a little inappropriate. I will not fight for 1st place this time. Li Xiaobai warned himself. He waited patiently. About 5 minutes later, a scholar composed a poem. Then a few people started to recite their own poems, each of them shining brightly. Li Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems that famous poems cannot be casually composed. These people performed exceptionally well in the 1st round. This round should be considered normal. Li Xiaobai gradually had an idea, but he was not in a hurry to act. He was still waiting. When the time limit was almost up, the famous poem that he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was that muscular man. He recited the poem, Iron Horse, Golden Spear. It was filled with battle intent. Golden light surged around his body. It was as if there were cavalry blades and spears colliding with each other. The 2nd famous poem was that woman. Her poem was graceful and gentle. It described a noble lady looking out the window, listening to the stories of travelers as she fantasized about her journey. It was an exquisite thought. All right, it is finally my turn. Li Xiaobai coughed, saying slowly, date blossoms fall from the cloth. The sound of horse carriages resounds from the south and north of the village. The old willow sells cucumbers. Drowned in wine, the road is long and sleepy. The sun is high and the man is thirsty for tea. Knock on the door and ask a mortal. This time he was copying Su Shi's River Sand. After he finished reciting, be it the muscular man or the woman, they had a thought. They analyzed it inwardly. Good poem. The 1st part of this poem is a description of the scenery. The 2nd part is a description of the emotions. It is very interesting. Even though it is a description of the scenery, it uses sounds. It is different from normal scenery. It is very vivid. The 2nd part is a description of the emotions. It is full of interest. Even though this young man is a Gu master, he is humble and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is indeed a gentleman, gentle and courteous. Reading his poem, we can see his character. This young scholar is really not bad. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with different gazes. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of turbid air. He pretended to be extremely tired. I should be able to advance in this competition. Not only that, I performed perfectly. I did not stand out too much, nor did I humble myself too much. Li Xiaobai was satisfied inwardly. After a while, the time limit was up. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Most scholars did not manage to create a poem. In this world poetry competition, I will definitely give my best. If it is just an excuse, even if others don't say anything, I will feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I tried my best, but I did not manage to create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. Being able to hear the famous poems of the three of you, this trip was not in vain. Haha, at worst, I will just drop to the first round and start again. Goodbye. Those scholars who did not manage to create a poem left in a carefree manner, while some scholars who managed to create a new poem had ashamed expressions. Li Xiaobai looked calm on the surface, but he felt conflicted inwardly. How can you all be so noble? Even though he advanced, he was in the limelight again. He was quite satisfied earlier, but to think that these scholars were so useless. Humph, I overestimated them. Li Xiaobai criticized inwardly. Needless to say, he successfully advanced and arrived at the 9th round. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. This time, there were even fewer people, less than 10. Many of them were famous scholars. They were familiar with each other and greeted each other. They looked calm on the surface, but were secretly nervous. At this point, the pressure of the competition had increased by several times. I need to be steady this time. I cannot be in the limelight too much. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists as he warned himself. But this time his opponents performed very well. More than half of the Gu masters created famous poems. Finally, only Li Xiaobai was left. Li Xiaobai looked nervous on the surface, but he was calm on the inside. He recited the poem that he had prepared. With a flash of light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4. He even gained a new Gu worm. This time he had planned meticulously. The quality of the poem he chose was just right. He successfully advanced, but he was at the bottom of the winners. Just as Li Xiaobai was feeling pleased with himself. Puff! Someone suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man's body shook as he sat down on the ground with difficulty. Meanwhile, that woman coughed for a long while. Her face was pale as paper. Only Li Xiaobai was standing on the spot and scathed. Everyone's gazes gathered on him again. This young man is very strong. So far, he has created 3 masterpieces in a row. He is actually not injured. It is clear that he did not use his full strength when he created the poem earlier. Amazing! After the competition, I will definitely befriend him. Li Xiaobai, he was speechless. Oh heavens, are you all working so hard? Isn't it just creating poems? Why do you need to work so hard? He really wanted to act like he was vomiting blood, but this happened too suddenly. Even if he wanted to act now, it was already too late. Chapter 1992. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Fong Yuan stood under the 1,000-wish tree. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the sky was filled with hot specks of light. They were faintly discernible, extremely dazzling. Looking at the surroundings, sand and dust were rumbling, wind was howling. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. The number of heaven path Tao marks was increasing. Originally, he had obtained over 3,000 Tao marks from Gu refinement. Now it was close to 3,500. As the number of heaven path Tao marks increased, the number of Tao marks in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture was decreasing. This scene made Fong Yuan recall his experience in Crazed Demon Cave. In the second to last layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fong Yuan saw the changes of the world. Countless worlds were destroyed and condensed into heaven path Tao marks. The heaven path Tao marks connected or spread on their own, turning into new worlds. At this moment, the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Tao marks, but the heaven path Tao marks were constantly changing the other Tao marks in the immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Tao marks were not increasing blindly. Sometimes they would weaken, a heaven path Tao mark would turn into other Tao marks and spread throughout the world. Through the changes of these Tao marks, the heavenly Tao could easily change the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture, like what was happening in front of Fang Yuan. Specks of light appeared in the sky. It meant that the light path Tao marks were increasing rapidly. Wind was howling on the ground. Sand and dust were rumbling. It meant that the wind path Tao marks and earth path Tao marks were increasing. If this continues, the surroundings of the thousand-wish tree will turn into a desert. The trend was so obvious, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. He had previously thought that the thousand-wish tree was planted in a desert, but now, even though this understanding was not wrong, it was biased. The thousand-wish tree was an ancient, desolate plant of human path. It absorbed human will and condensed fruits. It was most suited to grow in bustling areas or large cities. The more human will there was, the better. However, the heavenly Tao was not willing for the thousand-wish tree to grow. Thus, the heaven path Tao marks evolved to create an environment where the sun was high in the sky, sand and dust were everywhere. It was isolated from the world. In order to survive, the thousand-wish tree had no choice but to change its habits and strive to adapt to such a harsh environment. But now that it was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan, the immortal formation had its own desert environment. It would not die from not being able to adapt to the environment. However, outside the immortal array, there were lush water plants, fertile land, and gentle sunlight. The immortal array was not closed, and the heavenly Tao could sense the thousand-wish tree's human path aura. These heavenly Tao marks had yet to be controlled by Fang Yuan, and they lacked intelligence. They didn't know about the gold inside the immortal array, so they spontaneously changed the environment outside the immortal array in an attempt to curb the development of the thousand-wish tree. This allowed Fang Yuan to see some clues. The thousand-wish tree takes 300 years to fully mature, 600 years to bloom, and 900 years to bear fruit. There are exactly 1,000 fruits, no more, no less. This is publicly acknowledged by the world. But now it seems that's not the case. The thousand-wish tree is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Its true potential is very great. From now on, I will constantly use human will to water it and gradually improve its living environment. It will definitely be able to greatly increase its production. Of course, this was his future plan. Fang Yuan came to the thousand-wish tree for another matter. With a thought, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. The 7 revolutions cooking luck pot was as big as a basin. It was golden in color and was enveloped in a pure white halo. It was indescribably noble. The sides of the pot were thick, and it was as thick as a thumb. There were 8 dragons carved on the outside of the pot. The dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot and intertwined with each other before extending downwards, forming an 8-clawed frame. The pot's mouth was wide open, and inside was Fang Yuan's providence. However, it was gray in color. Cooking luck pot was only at the 7 revolutions, and its level was a little low, so it couldn't contain all of Fang Yuan's providence. But one could see a big picture through a tube. Fang Yuan's majestic providence was almost completely consumed in the Fate Grand Array. After the battle, his providence was very low. This was the 3rd biggest worry apart from the heavenly Tao and Qi tides. Fate was fixed and providence was a variable. If his providence was bad, it meant that something bad was going to happen to him. But the current Fang Yuan was very strong. He had pseudo-venerable battle strength. No matter how bad the change was, he had the ability to resist it. This was not a big problem for the main body. What he was worried about was the providence of his clones. Outside cooking luck pot was the providence of his clones. The time path clone's providence was still the river of time, but the river was no longer flowing. The water flow was chaotic, and the front of the river was suddenly cut off. It was a worrying sight. Jean Budu's providence was previously an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Now that the eagle fell into the water, It was surrounded by a water-like providence that was making things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's providence was like a blooming flower. The petals were bright red, burning with a layer of scarlet fire. Within the scarlet fire, the petals were blooming beautifully. It looked good, but there was a huge worry. If he was not careful, he would be playing with fire and die. Wu Shuai's providence was that of a coiling dragon. There were 3 dragon claws that each held a dragon pearl. One of the dragon pearls had the miniature image of Dragon Palace. Another contained countless ants, and the 3rd dragon pearl had Di Zongxing's figure. Wu Shuai's dragon providence was the strongest, but there was saber qi surrounding him that pressed towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan's main providence was not good. The providence of his clones was not good either. Fang Yuan had already noticed the situation of his clones. It was not that he did not try before, but he always failed. The heaven path Dao marks restricted him. Every time he used a killer move, they would interfere and cause Fang Yuan's killer move to fail. Even if he succeeded occasionally, the power would be greatly reduced. But this time it should not happen. A bright light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was multitasking. He activated the formation around the 1,000-wish tree while activating cooking luck pot. The 1,000-wish tree continued to sway its branches. The formation shot out resplendent rainbow lights that entered cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot started to change the providence of his clones. Suddenly, intense winds blew in the surroundings. Thunder rumbled in the sky. One after another, heaven path Dao marks appeared. Some covered the surroundings. Some appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven, take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. The way of man, take away surpluses and replenish surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcibly improved the providence of his clones to a certain extent. The time path clones' providence river became stable. It was no longer chaotic. Zhan Budu's providence, eagle, started to shed its feathers in the water. As if it was turning into a fish, it was adapting. Li Xiaobai's providence flower's petals showed a glazed color under the burning flames. It was no longer in danger of being burned by playing with fire. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's providence dragon was still coiled up. There were no changes to his providence body. The surrounding saber qi, however, was greatly reduced. It was as if the thick fog had turned into a thin mist. This meant that he would still have to fight, but the scale of the battle this time was much smaller than before. The problem of the clones has been resolved. The true problem is still the heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan increasingly felt the depth of red lotus intention. P.S. There is an urgent notice. I am also speechless. I only found out about this when I was writing. Thank you, friends, for your timely notice. Someone is scamming in the Gu World Group. Please take note. I hereby solemnly declare the crowdfunding campaign for the physical book has not started yet. Anyone who uses this as a reason to try to get book friends to send money is a scam. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book will start in the future. There will be a special notice at that time, just like this notice. Using the price of the simplified version of the physical book to buy the hardcover edition with Venerable Gu signature. Please take note. Chapter 1993. Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. Music was playing, delicious food and wine were being served. In a grand banquet, the 3 female immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court were at the main seats, entertaining an unexpected guest. Good wine, good songs, and even better dancing. The esteemed guest downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup down with a paw sound and laughed. He had a square face and a muscular body. His skin was snow white. His eyes and hair were ice blue in color. Rank 8 aura surrounded his body. He was a snowman Gu immortal. He came from Black Heaven's ice crystal grotto heaven, the current generation ice crystal immortal monarch. Ever since the meeting of Black Heaven's forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had contacted Central Continent's Celestial Court, while Lady Cold Ash had contacted Granny Skeleton and the other human great experts. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, did not sit back and watch. He was not targeting just Black Heaven and White Heaven. He was targeting the 5 regions. This time, he came to Eastern Sea personally to find the Merman Force. There were 3 people in charge of Eastern Sea's Merman Force. They were all mermaid immortals: Lien Kaexayen, Yuzi, and Xianing Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals had seen Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a variant human, they held this banquet to entertain him. Hearing Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch's praise, Lien Kaexayen smiled and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Immortal Monarch. These dancing Gu masters are the future hope of our merman race. They are Gu immortal seeds. It is their honor to be noticed by you." Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if these mermen are the hope of your race, then your race might be destroyed in the future." These words instantly caused the expressions of many of the merfolk here to change. The dancing mermen's movements became slightly disorderly. Lien Kaexayen was still smiling. "Immortal Monarch, we already know of your intentions. However, we won't take this provocation. For countless years, our merman race has lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and beautifully. We have always been neutral. We do not participate in any battles." Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, shook his head. "Nonsense! Who does not want a peaceful and beautiful life? But throughout history, only war could win such a peaceful life. The merman race had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor back then. That was why they had such a phenomenon today. In the entire 5 regions, only your alien race is a super force. However, you and I both remember the fated war vividly. Fate had been destroyed, and the 5 regions had merged into one. The world's upheaval was imminent. There will definitely be natural and man-made disasters, continuous wars, and chaos. Your merfolk royal court wants to stay out of trouble? Hee. How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he have left to protect your clan?" Lien Kaexayen's face was as gloomy as still water. She could not refute for a moment. Yuzi, who was beside her, snorted coldly. "Our tribe has over 10 Gu immortals and the Immortal Gu House Flowing Fragrance boat. How could we achieve this just because of Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence?" Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your Flowing Fragrance boat for a long time. But what could he do? It was only a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. Even though your clan had many Gu immortals, how many rank 8 Gu immortals did they have? Not even one. Hee. Ignoring everything else. As long as I make a move now, who can stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Si said solemnly, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race." Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans. In the current situation, humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it. As long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it. What kind of situation would happen?" Hee. The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Feng Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman imperial court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. They would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman imperial court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman imperial court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth immortal Venerable's influence. If the mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman imperial court. If the Merman imperial court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The three mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting Gu immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen. They had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the 5 regions humans. Seeing that the 3 mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. How about this, everyone? We are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet? The 3 mermaids looked at each other as Yuzi asked, "What bet?" "We will compete in 3 rounds, no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 Gu immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said confidently. The 3 mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the merman Gu immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit Formation. Good formation. Good formation. It actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The merman Gu immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Gu House, Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The 3 mermaids discussed anxiously. "There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do?" "Why don't we use that thing?" Xianing Si suddenly suggested. Lian Kuxian and Yu Zi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our imperial court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Seas human forces to help? No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price. Oh, I thought of someone. Let's ask Gu, tribe's leader, for help." Xianing Si suddenly said. Lian Kuxian sighed, rejecting the suggestion. He is Gu tribe's leader, even though he has rank 8 cultivation level. Because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this ice crystal immortal monarch. Yu Zi's eyes suddenly shined. I remember. Someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat ice crystal immortal monarch. Who? That's right. At this crucial moment, who else could it be? Yu Zi blinked her beautiful eyes. Did you forget that right now a great expert is a guest in Gu tribe's headquarters? Ah, it's him. Lien Koexian realized at once. Chapter 1994. Eastern Sea, Gu tribe blessed land. A majestic palace stood majestically in one corner. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly decorated. The pavilions were grand and magnificent. It was the rank 8 immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, dream realms were lingering. If it were any other immortal Gu House, they would not dare to do this. But even though Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu House, it had dream path immortal Gu. It was not afraid of the dream realm spreading. In front of the dream realm, Fong Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body was here, but his soul was deep inside the dream realm, exploring it. In the dream realm, Wu Shuai was an apprentice of the medical hall, trying to learn from them. A handsome young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist walked into the medical hall. The young man was rich and noble, the owner of the medical hall. The old doctor personally examined him. Doctor, ever since I fought in the arena, even though I won, my body has been feeling strange. The young man said. The old doctor chuckled. Come, let me take your pulse. Pulse? The young man frowned, showing a puzzled expression. The old doctor said slowly, This is a unique investigative method for my hometown. It can detect illnesses. A person's heart beats continuously. Their blood flows continuously, forming a pulse. Using a unique healing goo worm that I created, I can detect your illness through this pulse. The young man immediately felt deep veneration, as expected of a senior doctor. I have heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Could this pulse-taking technique be used to grasp human veins and find the right medicine? Ha ha ha, that's right. Please extend your wrist. The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his wrist. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and closed his eyes, inspecting carefully. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. There is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious. It is very sinister. You were hit by a phantom path method. The young man nodded. Senior is right. My opponent in the arena is a phantom path Gu master. I was hit by his move. I did not suffer any injuries, but I felt something was wrong. At night, I could have slept with more than 10 concubines, but now I can only sleep with 1 concubine a night. I feel extremely tired. Also, I often feel that my waist is sore and hot, and I sweat a lot when I sleep at night. Sometimes I feel dizzy and have tinnitus. The old doctor nodded. This phantom path method is very vicious. It targets your kidneys. In short, you have kidney deficiency. Void path is indeed troublesome. What should I do? The young man asked hurriedly. The old doctor said, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for a month. During this month, you must not have sexual intercourse. The young man was troubled. Senior, can't you use a healing goo worm to heal me directly? I can't have sex for a whole month. I'm so stifled. The old physician shook his head. Phantom path methods are between real and fake and real. You have to put in a lot of effort. The medicines I prescribed, although they are not healing goo worms, they're not far from a complete goo recipe. They can definitely cure your illness. If you don't use my method, other methods won't work. Unless you meet a better doctor than me. Perhaps he can solve your problem. The young man sighed. Senior, you're the best healer I've ever seen in my life. I'll treat him according to your method. The dream realm dissipated. It was a success. Human network. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning of the dream realm. This dream realm mainly provided him with the true meaning of two paths. One was phantom path, the other was human path. Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, but his phantom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. Feng Yuan's main body was still holding the corpse of the celestial court Gu Immortal, which contained the phantom aperture. But his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom Gu, he could not deduce the profundity of the phantom aperture. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were left to Wu Shuai. These dream realms were obtained by Feng Yuan from Yitian Mountain. Even though a portion was lost in the Fate War, most of them were still left. After Wu Shuai left the Celestial Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Gu tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture and connecting to heaven and earth chi, he was in closed cultivation, exploring the dream realms and absorbing the true meaning within, helping his main body to raise his attainment levels of all paths. My main body needs human path attainment level now. In this dream realm exploration, even though my human path attainment level did not increase by much, it is still Grandmaster. But it should be able to provide new help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest for a short while, preparing for the next dream realm exploration. He saw that in the hall there was an information path, Mortal Gu, from Gu tribe's leader. Gu tribe's leader will not disturb me for small matters. Something important must have happened. Wu Shuai took out the information path, Mortal Gu, and probed it with his divine sense. Oh, a rank 8 snowman Gu Immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is here to find trouble with the Merman Imperial Court. In the letter, the 3 mermaids said that as long as Wu Shuai taught this unruly guest a lesson and made him retreat, they would reward him handsomely. Gu tribe's leader also used a tactful tone, hoping that Wu Shuai could help them. Of course I have to help. Wu Shuai smiled. Feng Yuan had 500 years of memories. A portion of them were sent over. Thus, Wu Shuai learned that in the 500 years of his main body's life, the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions were united. There were chi tides as well. The 5 regions Gu Immortals were forced to rest and recuperate. During this period, the 2 heavens Grotto Heaven forces moved out and acted arrogantly for a period of time. To think that I would have such a chance to interact with these Grotto Heaven forces. This is a good opportunity. For the main body's plan, I need to do my best. Boom! The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai walked out of his closed cultivation with his head held high. At the banquet, fragrant wine permeated the air, but the atmosphere was heavy. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled lightly. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago. There was silence in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a sip of wine. I wonder if the 3 of you have thought of a strategy for the next round. The 3 mermaids' expressions sank further, but at this time they received the information and showed expressions of joy. Xianing Si said, "Since you are anxious, let's go to the 3rd round." All right. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch put down the wine cup in his hand. How are we going to compete in the 3rd round? Tell us. My tribe has already invited a helper. Let him fight the Immortal King. Lian Ku Xian said, "This lord is here. Immortal Monarch, prepare yourselves." Yu Zi smiled coldly. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the Mermaid Immortals led Wu Shuai into the hall. "Who wants to fight me?" Wu Shuai asked. His voice reverberated in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai, and his expression changed. He was no longer relaxed. He cried out, "It's you!" During the Fate War, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had obtained a lot of information. Wu Shuai was naturally one of the most important figures. Everyone in the world knew about him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately understood why the 3 mermaids were acting like this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew how strong Wu Shuai was. There was not much hope of defeating him. But the situation was like this, he had to speak up. To think that Wu Shuai is in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder if Fang Yuan is here? Wu Shuai snorted coldly. I used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. I was only working with him to resist the Celestial Court earlier. You are my opponent. Attack. Wu Shuai's disdainful attitude made Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch feel annoyed. His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you are quite arrogant. Wu Shuai scoffed. Who is arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, stared with wide eyes. What about me? You are here to find trouble with the mermen. Be more direct. Wu Shuai stared back, still not attacking? Then I am going to attack. Saying so, he waved his hand as an immortal goo house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He saw that the immortal goo house was getting bigger as it crashed towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He did not dare to face this famous immortal goo house head-on. He quickly retreated. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so decisively. He attacked immediately. Xianing Si quickly persuaded. Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. You two need to fight. You need to move outside. Boom! Dragon Palace grew bigger again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. Dust clouds rumbled as the 3 mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch escaped pathetically. Dragon Palace slowly rose into the sky. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of Dragon Palace as he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch plainly. Come, don't run, little fellow! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was beaten up so fiercely that his heart was pounding, his mouth was dry. Wu Shuai, you are a senior after all. If you have the guts, don't show off the might of an immortal goo house. Oh, is that so? Wu Shuai smiled coldly. The 3 mermaids sensed something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted, Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman headquarters. If you want to fight, please go outside. Before she finished speaking with a loud sound, Di Zongxing was led out of Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating a huge sound wave. Its huge body was like a mountain range. It was crammed into the Merman blessed land. With a wave of its tail, several mountain ranges and valleys were flattened. Countless mermen escaped in all directions. They screamed in fear. It was a scene of chaos. The 3 mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman, he was extremely resistant to cold, but now he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The 3 mermaids were silent. Right now, Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace. Just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 transformation path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of Goo Immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioga and Duke Long. Humph, little guy, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai landed and said, Senior Wu Shuai. The 3 mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The 3 immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wangda was overjoyed to think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. He stuttered. Say, senior, you mean? Chapter 1995. Because of Wu Shuai, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had no choice but to admit defeat. He thought that his plan to ally with the merman had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same idea as him. In the bet between Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court, the loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court's hall to converse with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The conversation became more heated, while the three Merman Immortals' expressions turned grim. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heaven forces for a meeting. He immediately requested to join. He urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the forces for the second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting would be delayed slightly, but Wu Shuai urged him urgently. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought to himself, "With Wu Shuai's reputation, it will be very beneficial to me. I might as well bring forward the date of the meeting." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if the Black and White Heaven Grotto Heaven forces allied, they would face a huge internal threat. Among these forces, a small portion of them were human forces. He wanted variant humans to be the leader, thus, he had been actively seeking for an alliance recently. He had already contacted all the variant human forces that he knew of. He did not even spare Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court. If he knew that Gu tribe existed in the depths of the sea, he would have gone there long ago. But now, with Wu Shuai, this Dragon Man expert that everyone knows, even if the humans recruit more people, they will not be able to resist Wu Shuai's influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Celestial Court as a Dragon Man. He was the victor. This battle achievement gave him a huge reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch held a second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. This time, the group was even larger. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Swift Cloud Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many variant human rank 8 great experts came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. His thick fur was shining with golden light. Swift Cloud Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old woman. She was an Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. He was covered in a green light. These 4 variant human Gu Immortals were participating in the meeting for the first time. As for the human rank 8 Gu Immortals, other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also Light Path Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Black Locust, and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s, while variant human rank 8s were close to 10. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried her best to recruit more people, she could not compare to the variant humans, and the gap was still widening. After discussing for a while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took charge. This time, I invited all of you here, other than to discuss the situation of the world. There is another important matter. Please allow me to introduce you to an almighty senior. The Immortals looked towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's direction. Wu Shuai slowly walked out from behind the screen, and under the gaze of all the Immortals, he sat on the main seat. "You are." The Immortals were shocked. "So it is Wu Shuai, a variant human rank 8 who was close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greeted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was displeased. "You need to call me Senior Wu Shuai." The variant human rank 8 showed an awkward expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he could only change his words. "This junior greets senior." With this, the Immortals had no choice but to address Wu Shuai as senior. "Good." Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. "Seniority cannot be messed up, but I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader." "Alliance Leader?" The Immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. "Precisely. Now that the Grotto Heaven has been exposed, the 5 regions Gu Immortals will definitely attack it. The reason why the 5 regions Gu immortals are not moving is because they are restricted by the chi tides. They cannot move freely. We need to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Only by forming an alliance can we have the capital and hope to contend against the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the position of alliance leader belongs to the strongest. I see that none of you here can match me. If anyone is unconvinced by my words, you can come and fight me. Wu Shuai had just finished speaking. Before the immortals could say anything, they heard a dragon roar. Evil dragon Dizongxing's huge body covered the sky as it approached. Next, an immortal Gu house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and exquisite. It floated in Wu Shuai's palm, shining brightly. It was the shrunken dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at dragon palace in his palm before looking at the immortals. His threat was clear in his words. The immortals had unsightly expressions. They were silent. They wanted to vent their anger, but did not dare to. Even though Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the divine might of Dragon Palace and the evil dragon. If the immortals worked together, they might have some hope of resisting it. But the Grotto Heaven forces had little contact with each other. They were not like the 5 regions. The 5 regions' super forces were connected to each other. There were conflicts and interactions. Black and White Heaven were vast. The outside world was dangerous. Forces rarely clashed with each other, not to mention close interactions. Ha ha ha! Seeing that no one objected to him, Duke Long laughed loudly. Suddenly his laughter stopped. Are you not going to greet the Alliance leader? The immortals were still silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets Alliance leader. Haha, good. Wu Shuai pointed at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You will be the Vice Alliance leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu immortals with a fierce gaze. Outside the battlefield, the evil dragon moved its body at the right time, causing a huge commotion. In this situation, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch taking the lead, the immortals had no choice but to acknowledge Wu Shuai as the alliance leader in a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat looking at the Gu immortals. I know you all have your own thoughts. You are only acknowledging me as the alliance leader now because of the situation. I am not forcing you. The current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not grasp it, when we are hunted down by the 5 regions and the Grotto Heavens get surrounded, there will be no point in regretting it. However, if we let you continue discussing like this, when will we act? By the time we act, the chi tides will have already passed. You need a strong leader like me to temporarily unite most of the forces and act quickly. Even though Wu Shuai's tone was firm, his words were reasonable. The Gu immortal's expressions eased up a little. All right, let's not waste time. Let's discuss our target now. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to talk about attacking now? Black and White Heaven are too huge. There are still many Grotto Heaven forces that we have not contacted yet. We can't wait for them. As long as we succeed and create a commotion, these people will take the initiative to join us. This is the so-called human heart. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying directly. The immortals were silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch continued to ask. Then, according to Lord Alliance Leader, which place is the most suitable for us to attack? Of course, it is Celestial Court. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Celestial Court. The Gu immortal's expressions changed. Celestial Court is extremely weak. We did not want to retreat earlier. As long as we take down Celestial Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to provoke us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. That is not appropriate. Celestial Court has extremely deep foundation. It is not a place we can touch. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads. No one agreed. Humph, cowards. Wu Shuai sneered in displeasure. Then let's go with Divine Emperor City. This immortal goo house is the #1 immortal goo house. It is made from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance for Celestial Court. It is the gathering point of their connections. Above ground, Celestial Court. If we take it, not only will we deal a huge blow to Central Continent, we can also obtain a rank 8 immortal goo house and even Genesis Lotus immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Cold Ash thought about it. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, Celestial Court and even the whole of Central Continent will resist and surround it. We will also be enemies with these people. What is the difference between that and attacking Celestial Court? Of course, there is a difference. If these people are lured to Divine Emperor City by us, we can use another group of people to attack Celestial Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. In the end, we still need to attack Celestial Court. This way, won't the people who are pretending to attack Divine Emperor City become cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too bold. He wants to fight Celestial Court to the death. Wu Shuai showed an unhappy expression. What? You don't dare to attack Divine Emperor City? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a troubled expression. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader, we. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying impatiently, All right, I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's settle with this. We will deal with Eastern Seas, Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally revealed his true target. Southern border had Xia clan. Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. This Xia clan was not the same Xia clan, but they were both super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite. His first target was a super force. If he had mentioned it the first time, the immortals would have objected. But the first 2 times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the immortals found that compared to the first 2 targets, Eastern Sea Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the super forces, Eastern Sea Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. It is very secluded. It is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court. And the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally. They will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader. But against the evil dragon and dragon palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu immortals were unhappy. They secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, The tallest tree attracts the most wind. The tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the evil dragon and dragon palace. Chapter 1996. Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The sea surface was like a mirror. There were no ripples. Even though winds were blowing, the sea was still like ice. Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Zhengqing was guarding this place. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a super resource point. It produced a lot of dark path and rule path cultivation resources. Even though Xia clan cultivated water path, these resources were used for trading. They were very profitable. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now. when the formation around him suddenly gave a warning. Did some ancient desolate fish violate the boundary again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that some underwater beast was attacking the immortal formation. But at the next moment his body and mind shook. A strong enemy is attacking! 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals charged over. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, with a loud sound, the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu Immortal held a huge hammer. His body was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 immortals were just a distraction. This one was the enemy's main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu Immortal. Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match. He immediately sent a message to the clan while trying to activate the immortal formation to teleport himself out. At the next moment, he was teleported to a place 1,000 li away from the formation. Ha ha ha, he arrived after all. Great wisdom is truly amazing. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother smiled and shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's detailed information, how could I deduce so easily? Xia Zhengqing looked and felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. There were 2 variant human Gu Immortals here. They were both rank 8. Since when did rank 8 Gu Immortals become so common? And there are 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing felt this was unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you opposing my Eastern Seas Xia clan? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, could not be bothered to speak to him. He waved his hand and activated a killer move that he had prepared. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level. How could he block a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen. Eastern Seas Xia clan headquarters. Hot Spring Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong enemy is attacking. Reflecting Shadow Sea has fallen. Even though Xia Zhengqing escaped using the immortal formation, we have lost contact. Xia Zhengqing's warning had reached the Xia family in time. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were mostly gathered in their headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to descend from the sky. It's true that disaster comes from the sky when one is sitting at home. Before Xia Zhengqing left, he sent news that the enemies included human Gu Immortals and variant human Gu Immortals. There is even a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? It's probably a faction from the black and white heavens. Under the Qi tide, the grotto heaven was revealed. I didn't expect there to be so many of these mutants left. And they even came to us first. That might be understandable. If they did not seize this opportunity, the 5 regions would definitely go to the black and white grotto heaven to investigate after the Qi tide subsided. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu Immortals, we will definitely exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find the variant human hiding in the grotto heaven. But now that the world has changed, these strange races have no choice but to reveal themselves. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were not flustered. Even though they knew about the existence of a rank 8 variant human Gu Immortal, they had immortal Gu houses to resist it. But soon more bad news arrived. Light Wave Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also destroyed by these variant human Gu Immortals. The Xia clan Gu Immortals guarding these 2 resource points were even worse off. They could not even send any news before they could contact them. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were furious. We must teach these variant human Gu Immortals a lesson. A mere outsider dares to bully us, a human superpower. If heaven wants to destroy people, it will first make them go crazy. These variant humans have gone crazy. First Supreme Elder, let us send our 2 immortal Gu houses out and kill them all. That's right. 3 of our Gu Immortals are in their hands. We need to save our clansmen. We need to avenge this humiliation. Oh, the Gu Immortals were filled with battle intent. They requested to fight. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. He had a grim expression as he heard the Gu Immortals' words. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack rashly. We lost 3 resource points in a row. These are all important areas. We have set up immortal formations to defend against them. This speed of loss is too fast. It is not normal. Our clan does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. If we rashly move our 2 immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will definitely be weakened. Right now, we are at the final moment of replenishing Human Sea. We cannot be careless. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves to the death and wait until Human Sea is replenished. Our Xia clan's foundation will rise sharply. We will become one of the top forces in Eastern Sea. By then, we can deal with the variant human Gu immortals more easily. Even though Xia Rui Ji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high prestige. Xia clan's Gu immortals heard his words and felt that they were reasonable. The requests for battle became much fewer. But at the next moment, with a thunderous sound, an immortal Gu house broke through the regional wall and charged into Xia clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia clan, today is the day of your destruction. The immortal Gu house's door opened. Wu Shuai and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortals were standing inside. Xia clan's Gu immortals saw this group of enemies and were extremely shocked. Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai. There are still so many variant human rank 8s. Oh heavens! Xia clan's Gu immortals had pale expressions. They were panicking. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept the cruel truth. He waved his hand. Attack! Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him and behind him charged down, attacking together. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia clan's Gu immortals felt their vision turn dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a formation completely suppressed Xia clan's Gu immortals. Xia clan did not even have a single rank 8, but Wu Shuai had more than 10 rank 8s. How could they fight? My Xia clan blessed land is not Celestial Court. Why are there so many rank 8 Gu immortals attacking? Xia Rui Ji's lips trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss after being treated so solemnly. The enemy is too strong. Let's retreat. At this time, the female immortal Xiaoying shouted. She was pleasantly surprised. Xia Rui Ji's body shook. He gritted his teeth. Go, quickly go. We will board the immortal Gu house together. Xia clan had 2 immortal Gu houses. They were both rank 7. One was Whale Fishing Boat. The other was Gold Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. All of you stay here. The variant human Gu immortals attacked one after another, creating dazzling lights and explosions that shook the sky. At the crucial moment, Xia Ying dodged the pursuit and was the first to enter Gold Star Tower. But she did not escape. She moved Gold Star Tower forward. All of you leave. I will block them. Gold Star Tower charged forward, using killer moves continuously. Golden stars shot out in all directions. The variant human Gu immortals quickly retreated. The remaining Xia clan Gu immortals saw this chance. They boarded Whale Fishing Boat and quickly left the base. Chapter 1997. These variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea Xia clan does not have a rank 8 Gu house, they can rely on a rank 7 Immortal Gu house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by Star Constellation's will. It could not allow Fate Gu to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human Gu immortals. Even the human Gu immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then, the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated fate Gu and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal Venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions. That was why there were so many rank 8 Gu immortals in black and white heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xia Ying, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange even if the tables were turned in the next breath. All right, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal Gu houses, as expected of a superpower's foundation. Only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 Gu immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s. If you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 Gu immortals were tongue-tied. They were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. The sea of people is here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, directly reaching the bottom of the lake. Next, the mystical light spread out, covering the entire lake. The lake water quickly evaporated, smoke spread out. Countless voices could be heard from within the white fog. The voices became louder and louder. The white fog turned into countless human figures, flying in the air. At once, Dragon Palace was covered in white fog. Countless figures were like white specters surrounding Dragon Palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Collect. With a thought from Wu Shuai, the white mist immediately gathered into a white lake and poured into the Dragon Palace. The momentum of this scene was so great that both sides on the battlefield in the distance could see it clearly. Wu Shuai is actually taking advantage of the fact that we are fighting to plunder the loot. That white fog is very mystical. It emits dense human path aura. Wu Shuai is taking it personally. It is definitely a top-grade treasure. Don't be afraid. As the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? Otherwise, how can he convince the others? After taking this white fog, he will definitely share a portion with us. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about human sea. Furthermore, he has a method to collect human C. How is this possible? The plan to create human C is only known by my Xia clan's Gu immortals. We have kept it a secret. Even if Xia Jingqing and the rest were captured and souls searched by Wu Shuai, only First Supreme Elder knows the method to collect them. How can he think of a replacement method so quickly? To think that human C is still in its embryonic form, it is not complete. Wu Shuai sized up the white fog in Dragon Palace. There were all sorts of appearances and figures in the white fog. It was strange, but also grand. Two completely different styles, but they were naturally fused together. Wu Shuai smiled lightly, not minding it. In order to replenish the human sea, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human sea was a human path, secluded domain that Xia clan had been working hard for many years to create. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, human sea shone brilliantly. It helped Eastern Sea Xia clan rise up rapidly, but it was still far from a complete, secluded domain. Coincidentally, Southern Border's Chai clan obtained a crucial insight from human sea. They started to create a similar artificial, secluded domain, Human Mountain. Back then, a wisdom path, Gu Immortal, deduced that by fusing Human Mountain and Human Sea, they would form into a complete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human Sea is too far away, but just Human Sea is enough to help my main body greatly. Wu Shuai felt gratified. The most important thing was still Fang Yuan's main body. And Fang Yuan's main body's biggest problem was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. This was Red Lotus scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break it. He found the recipe of human path. But even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a human path, ancient, desolate plant, its grade could not compare to many heaven path Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Eastern Sea's Xia clan's human sea. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to use his main body. He used Wu Shuai to easily take human sea. Not long after Wu Shuai took human sea, the battle over there also came to an end. Xia Ying could not escape defeat, but many of his rank 8 Grotto Heaven experts were injured. The one who truly defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take away the human path treasure. That is not good, right? The immortals gathered at the entrance of Dragon Palace. An impatient, rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him lightly. Dragon Palace immediately activated its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. That rank 8 Gu immortal was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the light smoke before he could even make a sound. He was swept into Dragon Palace. The immortals were shocked and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by many rank 8s. Chapter 1998. Facing Wu Shuai's domineering attitude, the 2 heavens Gu immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia clan survivors. Most of Xia clan's Gu immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Haha. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other super forces. From now on, Eastern Sea and even the 5 regions' righteous path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia Clan Gu immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea righteous path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way, Eastern Sea's righteous path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The immortals were stunned before nodding. They had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision we cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea super forces, but there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si Banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Fang Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the righteous path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I release Xia Clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The 2 Heavens Gu immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly, thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill. It's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Fang Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si Banquet and entertained the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. He also allowed demonic Gu immortals to openly sell Blood Path Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the immortal's thoughts. We've chased the Xia clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed, and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Fang Yuan one by one. Each Gu immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The 2 Heavens Gu immortals were overjoyed. They sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea superforce, but it is already so deep. Xia clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. What made the 2 Heavens Gu immortals even more surprised was that Wu Shuai's share was much smaller than what they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's thoughts changed as he said to the surrounding Gu immortals, Everyone listen to me. Our gains from this battle are all thanks to our Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who led us to victory. Without his information and plans, how could we have taken down Xia clan so easily? However, the Alliance Master has received the least amount of the spoils of war. This isn't very fair. The Gu immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply. I am a loner. I do not need many cultivation resources. These resources are not suitable for me, but if I need them in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have already distributed these gains, I do not intend to take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words reminded me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. Subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. His attitude was extremely respectful. Wu Shuai smiled. You are very good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. It is my great fortune to be recognized by Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, following me is the greatest fortune of your lives. But you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance leader, your gains are only about the same as the other allies. That is not appropriate. Then I will give you the final share of Shooting Fish Sea. Lord Alliance leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, showing a stunned expression. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. I told you to keep it, just keep it. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. If anyone dares to say anything, if anyone dares to look down on you, tell me. I will deal with them. Wu Shuai said as his dragon eyes looked around with an imposing aura. The Gu immortals of the two heavens did not dare to look at each other. They quickly looked away and lowered their heads. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a super resource point, but he did not show any joy. He looked at Wu Shuai. Seeing the faint smile in his eyes, he shuddered. As expected of the former Dragonman commander, I underestimated him. This old monster must have seen through my motive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch realized this. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to incite Wu Shuai and make him lose the trust of the people. But to think that Wu Shuai would do the opposite, by doing this, the other Gu immortals would think that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied with the gains. He was using the Alliance leader's name to achieve his goal. After all, if the Alliance leader wanted more benefits, wouldn't it be reasonable for the Vice Alliance leader to get more than others? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not going to thank me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, This subordinate thanks you. Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy. He felt some disappointment instead. These two heavens Gu immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition, there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the two heavens Gu immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, these two heavens, grotto heavens, did not cause any commotion. Chapter 1999. While Wu Shuai and the rest were dividing up Xia clan's wealth, the atmosphere in the whale fishing boat was grim and gloomy. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too fierce. There are more than 10 rank 8s. We cannot defend our headquarters, especially when the enemy's leader is Wu Shuai. The chances of us counterattacking are too slim. Sigh, it is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia clan's Gu immortals were furious and helpless. They felt that their future was bleak. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Rui Ji snorted coldly. I don't care who it is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu immortals of the two heavens. They cannot invade my Xia clan's territory. They will not be able to rampage for long. We will ask for reinforcements from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are only human Gu immortals. But they are led by Wu Shuai and have the majority of variant human Gu immortals. The battle scene we have is the best proof. Eastern Sea's righteous path and even the 5 regions' righteous path will not let these variant human forces grow stronger. Xia clan's Gu immortals heard this, and their morale rose slightly. Asking for help was the only way out. But who should they ask for help from? That was a matter worth considering. Xia clan was at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. With Xia clan as the center, the Merman Imperial Court was at the west. Tang clan was at the southeast. Xia clan was at the northeast. These 3 clans were not the best targets to ask for help from. They were all super forces that bordered Xia clan. Xia clan had the best relationship with the Merman Imperial Court, but the Merman Imperial Court was a variant human force. Even though no Merman Gu immortals appeared in the battle earlier, Xia clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang clan and Xia clan, these two clans had conflicts with Xia clan. Asking for help now was not something Xia clan's Go Immortals wanted to experience. After some discussion, Xia clan's Go Immortals controlled the whale fishing boat and carefully went around the Merman imperial court, asking for help from Shin clan, who was further west. This way, the journey was much longer. While Xia clan was asking for help, news of them being invaded by the two heavens Go Immortals had already spread in jewel yellow skies, shocking the world. There are so many variant, human, rank 8 Go Immortals. Is this news true? It's not strange at all. Whether it's day or night, it's as vast as the 5 regions. These damned alien races have hidden themselves too well. They're too bold. They actually dare to declare war on the human race. They're asking for it. What makes me even angrier is that there are human Go Immortals among them. What were they thinking? How dare you betray your own race? At once, all the Go Immortals in the world were discussing this matter. The Shen family was no exception. The letter from the Xia family asking for help had already been delivered to the Shin family. This was an important matter. Shin clan's first supreme elder Shin, Tsongxing, gathered the Go Immortals for a discussion. The reason why the Xia family came to our Shin family for help is obvious. There's no need to say more. But should we, the Shen family, help them? Feel free to speak your mind, Shin Tsongxing said. The enemy is powerful. Why should we challenge Great Liang alone? After all, Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Dizongxing. He even has Dream Path methods. His battle strength is too terrifying. That's right, and the worrisome thing is that Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan have a relationship. We have no way of knowing what their relationship is, but they are indeed close. If we deal with Wu Shuai, we might draw out the demon Fang Yuan. Shin Tsongxing nodded. That makes sense. He did not change his expression. Because of the blue dragon whale, he had a relationship with Fang Yuan. But their cooperation was very secretive. Even Shin clan's Go Immortals did not know about it. This was because Shen Tsongxing was thinking about his own reputation and Shin clan's reputation. I think it is not right to not help Xia clan. Xia clan and our tribe are both members of the righteous path. They came all the way here to ask for help. If we do not agree, how will Xia clan look at us? How will Eastern Sea look at us? How will the 5 regions look at us? I agree with that. This is not a simple internal conflict between humans. This is a war between humans and variant humans. If our Shen clan does not take a clear stance, we will be criticized by the world. Oh, Shin Tsongxing nodded. That makes sense. But the enemy force is too strong. They have more than 10 rank 8s and Wu Shuai as their leader. Even if we summon ancestor Shin Shang back, we will not be able to resist such an enemy. During the Fate War, after Shin Shang went crazy, he disappeared without a trace. Even though Shin clan tried their best to find ancestor Shin Shang, they did not succeed. The whole world was watching. The source of the news about jewel yellow skies was most likely Xia clan. Xia clan used this method to force Eastern Sea's righteous path forces to help them. Under the attention of the world, Shen clan had no choice but to help Xia clan. But Wu Shuai's side was too strong, too terrifying. Even though Shen clan was a super force, facing the Two Heavens Alliance, they had to be wary. Elders, don't worry. I have a plan to resolve our current situation, Ren Xiaoping said. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Ren Xiaoping had become Shin clan's external supreme elder. Normally, he abided by the rules and kept a low profile, but now was the crucial moment. Shin clan had fallen, chaos had descended. He, Ren Xiaoping, would not have a good time either. Ren Xiaoping continued. Wu Shuai's battle strength is extremely strong, but Eastern Sea still has an ancestor who can resist the evil dragon. Which ancestor of Qi Sea are you talking about? Someone's eyes brightened. That's right, Qi Sea ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shen Songxing clapped as he smiled, making up his mind. Several days later, Xia clan came to Xin clan, wanting to borrow their forces to reclaim their lost territory. Xin Songsheng personally showed up and gave Xia clan a warm welcome. But to resist Wu Shuai's group, Shen Songsheng said that he did not have enough strength. He suggested gathering more righteous path forces. Qi tides were rampaging everywhere. The 5 regions Gu immortals were all resting and recuperating. They could not act rashly. Eastern Sea's righteous path could only mobilize a few people. But Shen Songsheng suggested informing Qi Si ancestor of Xia clan's situation, asking him to uphold justice for them. Shen Songsheng copied Xia clan before asking Qi Si ancestor for help. He already spread the news to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu immortals were waiting for Qi Si ancestor's reaction. The human Gu immortals hoped that old ancestor number 7 could step forward. As a rank 8 senior who could resist Duke Long, he should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the righteous path and demonic path. He had even cooperated with Fang Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi Si ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi Si ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. We have primordial origin, and Qi Si now. We cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000 Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Dingling looked at the surrounding Gu immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the immortal tomb. Fang Yuan had destroyed more than half of the immortal graveyard, but there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence, but Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging, and the 2 heavens are acting strangely. Wu Shuai led the allied Gu immortals of the 2 heavens and attacked Eastern Sea Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi Si ancestor, the 2 sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu immortal, not a wisdom path Gu immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. She had to gather the Gu immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our Celestial Court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qi Si ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Fang Yuan. That's right, be it Wu Shuai or Qi Si ancestor, they were related to Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai claimed that he was only cooperating with Fang Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wu Shuai of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragon Man race. As for Qi Si ancestor, he had an agreement with Fang Yuan to fight against our celestial court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Si ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qi Si ancestor might be Fang Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility because we thought that Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then and disguised as Qi Si ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Qi Path methods to destroy the Qi Wall. His Qi Path method was unlimited Qi Si. It was the signature killer move of Southern Borders, Heaven Surveying, 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi Path method that Qi Si ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from unlimited Qi Si. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is far more suspicious than Qi Si ancestor. He might not be Fang Yuan in disguise, but he might be Fang Yuan's clone. After all, Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. One of Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable's specialty, is to split his soul into clones. His Shadow Sect was created like this. The immortals discussed. Qin Dingling had a hesitant expression. She felt a headache. The Gu immortals had their own opinions. Nobody could convince anyone else. In the end, they could only let Qin Dingling make the decision. After thinking for a while, Qin Dingling sighed and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can disguise himself as all sorts of people. Even though we need to be vigilant, we cannot disregard other possibilities because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fang Yuan's clone. Qi Si ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. This is indeed possible. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot be overly cautious because of Fang Yuan. Forget about Wu Shuai. Just Qi Si ancestor alone. Are we going to give up on the possibility of roping in Qi Si ancestor and making him our celestial court's ally just because of this?" Fang Zheng heard this and hesitated before asking, "Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi Si ancestor?" Qin Dingling nodded. "Lord Duke Long is dead. Feng Joga has become a traitor. Our celestial court indeed lacks a pseudo-venerable to stabilize the situation. Earlier, Senior Duke Long had tried to recruit Qi Si ancestor using Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a bargaining chip. Even though Qi Si ancestor did not agree, he did not appear during the Fate War. The immortals were silent. Qin Dingling's plan was Duke Long's. Earlier, because Fate Gu needed to be repaired, Duke Long wanted to temporarily stabilize Qi Si ancestor. But now, Celestial Court needed a pseudo-venerable battle strength that could stabilize the situation, even though it had calmed down now. But the truth was, because of the rampaging Qi tides and the Heaven Path Dao marks, the Gu immortals had to rest and recuperate. They could not attack. But when the Qi tides calmed down and Fang Yuan digests those Heaven Path Dao marks, what would happen? By then, Celestial Court's strongest person would only be Qin Dingling. Could she stop the 4 regions Gu immortals with ulterior motives? Could she stop evil dragon Di Zongxing? Could she stop Fang Yuan? Celestial Court knew about this. In the past, there had been cases of recruiting Gu immortals of the 4 regions. Wan Zihong was one of them. This female immortal was a demon of Western Desert back then. But Celestial Court still tried to recruit her. As long as she was a human, Celestial Court was very tolerant. I am not against recruiting Qi Si ancestor. But before that, we need to know his true relationship with Fang Yuan. Even so, Qi Si ancestor might not care about the current Celestial Court. Haha, I think Primordial Origin's true inheritance is more attractive to him than anything else. Fang Zheng volunteered. Right now, Qi ancestor is in a standoff with Wu Shuai. This is a good opportunity for Celestial Court. We can find out some truths from this. Of course, no matter what, the variant human goo immortals of the two heavens cannot be left alive. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is our spy, I am willing to send troops to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Fan Zhen controlled Demon's sealing board. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level now, with this board he could deal with most rank 8 goo immortals. The 5 regions goo immortals could not do anything under the influence of the Qi tides. But Celestial Court's goo immortals were different. Celestial Court's members were mostly phantom apertures. They were not restricted by the current situation. Fan Zheng had just finished speaking when another goo immortal asked to join them and go to Eastern Sea to exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Even though Celestial Court lost, they still followed the Celestial Court's principles and fought for the entire human race. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why do we need to go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is guarding there. We need to use him to investigate Qi ancestors' background. We will go to the two heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will take drastic measures against them. Chapter 2001. Celestial Court is Celestial Court after all. Night, Heavenly Wolf, Lord, looked at the information path goo worm in his hand as he sighed. Sure enough, as he expected, the Heavenly Court really made a move to deal with the allied forces of the two heavens. He had already predicted that such a situation would occur. Humans had no choice in the world. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had to join the two heavens alliance army. If it did not, it would be besieged until it was destroyed. But joining this force would only delay its destruction by a little. By then, the 5 regions would retaliate and the two heavens alliance army would fall apart. They would suffer huge losses. When the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. By then, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also be dealt with. Thus, from the start, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to join the 5 regions. This was for himself and also to find a way for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to survive. Thus, he took a huge risk and contacted Celestial Court in secret. At this point, Qi ancestor and Wu Shuai were in a standoff. Celestial Court had already secretly dispatched troops to attack the headquarters of the variant humans in the two heavens. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord took the initiative to join, Celestial Court Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to cooperate with Celestial Court in this operation. Celestial Court did not disappoint me after all. Even if they suffered huge losses in the Fate War, no matter what, they will uphold humanity's righteousness. They will disregard sacrifices and benefits. They will think of humanity as a whole. Such integrity moved Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, because he was a human goo immortal. Compared to Celestial Court's magnanimity, be it Qi ancestor or Wu Yong, they were stingy. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the policy left behind by Giant Sun Immortal? The world. Even if Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Longevity Heaven, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord would not join Longevity Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. According to their agreement, when Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor fought, the Celestial Court would take the initiative to attack. If these two did not make a move, the Celestial Court would make a move in about a month's time. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor now. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was filled with anticipation. Other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and goo immortals were also paying attention to the Eastern Sea battle. Wu Yong of Southern Border was one of them. If Qi ancestor is defeated, the variant human forces will expand rapidly. They will develop like a rolling snowball. They might become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Duke Long loses, then the alien races will shrink back and defend themselves. This is a good thing for the 5 regions humans. But for me, I don't want to see it. Wu Yong was an ambitious man. He couldn't wait for the world to be more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities he would have to maneuver and reap benefits from it. He would constantly strengthen himself and finally conquer the world. Thus, he hated qi tides the most. Precisely because of the qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals had no choice but to recuperate. He lost the chance to defeat the celestial court. It was truly a pity. Lord, Empress Wu Ji, and the rest have revived. What should we do next? At this time, Wu Ba Chong came to report. He was the 2nd supreme elder of Wu clan. He was quite old and had a steady personality. After Fate Gu was destroyed, the most obvious change was that revival became much easier. Originally, Empress Wu Ji's batch of Gu immortal seeds died on Tian Mountain, but now they were revived by Wu clan's Gu immortals. Wu Yong nodded. These people are our future hope. They have experienced sufficient setbacks and trials in the Gu Master stage. If they become Gu immortals in the future, they will definitely be elites. Impart the immortal ascension method to them. Make detailed preparations and provide them with resources. I want Wu clan to gain more than 10 Gu immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Ba Chong did not have any doubts. The 5 regions chaotic war in the future would definitely be a long and drawn-out war. It was not something that could be resolved in a day. In that situation, all the forces would have to consider their foundation and long-term plans. There's one more thing. It is related to Qi Path. Wu Ba Chong said as he handed an information path, Mortal Gu, to Wu Yong. Wu Yong probed with his mind and quickly browsed through it. This information path, Mortal Gu, recorded all sorts of immortal materials. They were all Qi Path. They were all new changes brought about by the Qi tides. It seems that Qi Path is going to prosper again. Are the Qi harvest fruits inside really so effective? Wu Yong sighed as he asked. Wu Ba Chong said, Currently many Gu immortals have used them. They are indeed so. These fruits are the crystallization of Qi Path. They are in harmony with the 5 Qi. They are extraordinary. When placed into the immortal aperture, they can turn into turbulent Qi currents and cause the heaven and earth Qi to transform much earlier. Whoever can obtain more Qi harvest fruits will be able to get out of this recuperating situation earlier. Then gather more of these immortal materials. Also, gather the treasuries of the clan and organize a Qi Path inheritance. We will try to use it to nurture Qi Path Gu immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Ba Chong immediately accepted the order. Wu clan was proficient in Wind Path. They had little knowledge in Qi Path. But such a huge clan naturally had some foundation in Qi Path. With all sorts of inheritance fragments, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Qi Path Gu immortals. Of course, even if these Gu masters became Qi Path Gu immortals, their future achievements would not be great. But since Wu clan needed to make up for this weakness, these Gu masters could only sacrifice their potential to become Qi Path Gu immortals. Southern border, Luo clan. 3 Gu immortals went deep into Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was extremely excited. His face was pale. He had a cold expression. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in southern border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. While the whole world was recuperating, Luo Ran secretly led 2 other Gu immortals from Luo clan to explore Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the development of his immortal aperture. This effort was not in vain. They finally broke through their bottleneck. There was a vast expanse of land ahead of them. If they went deeper, they would reach the true central area of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. To think that the Qi tides actually caused a change in Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, we can move forward now. Luo Muzi sighed. Let's hurry up. The Qi tides swept the world. Qi Ju Grotto Heaven can only conceal itself for a while. We need to inherit Qi Ju's true inheritance before the whole world discovers us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and seize the initiative. Luo Haozei's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Qi Si ancestor suddenly moved. He was surrounded by countless Qi waves as he charged towards Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. Good timing. Wu Shuai sensed it from 10,000 li away. He laughed loudly as he flew into Dragon Palace, controlling evil dragon Di Zongxing to fight. A huge battle that attracted the attention of the world erupted. Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged. Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Qi Si ancestor did not chase it. The air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night. They exchanged blows, but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Qi Si ancestor is truly amazing. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Kaiyin sighed. Qin Yuan, who was beside her, said, "But Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated. Don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Qi Si ancestor." Hua Kaiyin sighed. Wu Shuai has been reborn. He is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful. If not for it, he would not be Qi Si ancestor's match. While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon. This can be considered the #1 immemorial, desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken. My fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Qi Si ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu Immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally. They only saw it through everybody's vision. They did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor snorted coldly. His voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Di Zongxing rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Di Zongxing shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu Immortals were all shocked. Qin Yuan, Hua Kaiyin, Shen Songsheng, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the 2 transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi Si ancestor actually blocked it. Jun Xinguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted as he sized up Qi Si ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed solemnly. Qi Si ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Di Zongxing. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. To think that after the Fate War he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Jun Shen Guang blinked. If that is the case, did Qi ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xiongxan did not deny it. There is no conclusion yet. But at least for now, Qi ancestors' methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xiongxan sighed. Qi ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now, we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the River of Time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous. There are huge waves. Even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path, there was also wisdom path. But regretfully, Fang Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards. Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared, its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor had a grand aura. Every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment when the 5 regions Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought, in the future, when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi ancestor's identity and his unclear relationship with Fang Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance army was solemn. The Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Di Zongxing, they still could not turn the situation around? Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right, we need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle. Sigh, we can only pray for Lord Wu Shui to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qi ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw the Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor, crashing towards Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor's body surged with Qi currents. He tried to block it, but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path Killer move was activated, a trace of smoke swept towards Qi ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful! Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted. their hearts were in their throats, even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Chi-Si Ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time, Wu Shuai had the upper hand. The variant human Gu immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Chi-Si Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path killer move. That was great. Chi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai's battle affected the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring. It affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent. It had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The Gu immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that chi tides were surging in the sky, connecting to the sky and the sea. They were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the chi tides. Let's retreat. The chi tides will shake our immortal apertures. We will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The Gu immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Xinguang's expression was grim. Oh no! Chi-Si Ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He is restricted by Chi-Si. His situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man. He has undergone refinement path modification. He is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used dragon man extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then, he left behind this information. Humans, alike dragons, was a Gu refinement method created by Duke Long. It could transform humans into dragon men. Back then, the first generation of dragon men were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiong Xan gritted his teeth. The Chi tides are Chi path disasters. Chi-Si Ancestor is a Chi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Chi tides compared to us. Now, let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Chi-Si Ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Chi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human Gu immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, "Senior Chi-Si Ancestor, you must persevere." But at the next moment, Chi-Si Ancestor laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap. I was waiting for you to take the bait." The moment he said that, the chi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud. They quickly enveloped Chi-Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongxing was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Chi-Si Ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Chi-Si Ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Chi Path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Chi-Si Ancestor's Chi Path battlefield is facing the impact of the Chi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Chi-Si Ancestor will suffer backlash instead. He might fall into a disadvantage. Now, let's see if Chi-Si Ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Chi Path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again. Chi-Si Ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, the Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly. They could not be affected by the Chi tides. Otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Chi Path battlefield. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there were also delicacies. Fang Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human Si to Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that at the crucial moment a Qi tide would appear. Princess Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal. It was Celestial Court's female immortal by Tsang Shui. She said meaningfully, "This is a good thing, isn't it?" Other than the two, there was also Guyue Fangzheng. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were no longer in Central Continent. They had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guyue Fangzheng's expression changed. He knew what Bai Tsang Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Dingling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. You and Guyue and Fang Yuan are mutually exclusive. This is the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission. You will lead Princess Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guyue Fangzheng. She knew that Guyue Fangzheng's luck was closely related to Fang Yuan's. It was also faintly restraining him, and the facts proved this point. Qin Dingling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragon Man blessed land were all to suppress Fang Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War. Duke Long died. Feng Joga betrayed them. The immortal graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in a million years. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Dingling valued Fangzheng. To nurture Fangzheng, Qin Dingling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangzheng was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Fangzheng still had rank 7 cultivation level. He had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court. Thus his rank 7 blessed land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Dingling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangzheng became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai are fighting. It is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guyue Fangzheng spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor. With a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The three immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board. They saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Ink Men lived in peace and contentment here. They had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood-red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal Gu houses where a mortal killer moves in essence. They were formed from all kinds of immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Thus, according to the different Gu worms, they had different structures, and immortal Gu houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power. It had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 immortal goo houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall, before flowing into the three immortals' minds in detail. Prince's impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. Humph! The Inkmen here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves. They deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Bai Tsang Shui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-up secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine. We will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Feng Zheng frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Feng Yuan to live with the hairy men in Lang, Ye Blessed Land, for many years. He experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Feng Zheng did not refute the two immortals' opinion. He said, "These ordinary Inkmen are not important. The urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkmen Goo immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board." A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkmen Goo immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. "Let's go!" Feng Zheng shouted, activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses. He quickly found the nearest Inkmen Goo immortal. This Inkmen Goo immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkmen Goo immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away. But how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal goo house? With a miserable cry, this Inkmen Goo immortal was directly killed by the immortal goo house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had a huge population of Inkmen. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the most Inkmen Goo immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkmen Goo immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now? Bai Tsang Shui asked Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng did not hesitate. Directly attack that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkmen Goo immortals in the Grotto Heaven had basically gathered. Celestial Court, I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path? An Inkmen Goo immortal scolded from the immortal city. Prince's impatience laughed heartily. My Celestial Court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkmen tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people? Feng Zheng was more direct than Prince's impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkmen Goo immortals gritted their teeth and scolded. Then I will let you taste the power of my Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation. In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch-black fog continued to seep into the immortal goo house, Demon Judgment Board. Feng Zheng was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Feng Zheng tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Feng Zheng resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Feng Zheng finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkmin Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable, the Great Celestial Court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone. Blood path is just a method. Using it on you is the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off. The Inkmin Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that. Feng Zheng, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Bai Tsang Shui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained, "Oh, Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months?" Feng Zheng got this hint and came to a realization, sighing, "So that's it." The previous fate war was already at the peak of the world. After Feng Zheng personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkmin Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. What should we do next, Board Lord? Prince's Impatience asked. Feng Zheng pondered for a while before replying. Right now, these variant human Grotto Heaven lords are with Wu Shuai in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other Grotto Heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Bai Tsang Shui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary Inkmen, Feng Zheng did not leave Prince's Impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans here. He chose Bai Tsang Shui instead. Bai Tsang Shui and Prince's Impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Feng Zheng's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here. Please be careful, Bai Tsang Shui instructed. Feng Zheng nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Bai Tsang Shui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured. The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai, who was pale and covered in blood. Qi Si Ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human sea and used human path methods. That Qi Si Ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mothers! Exclamation shocked all the variant human Gu immortals present. Soon they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great wisdom, immortal mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "The invading goo immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. It cannot be faked." Humph, so it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world. He was even greater than Feng Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, "Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly. She did not have the ability to save them. Just that Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court Rank 8 Goo Immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded. "Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this. Stand up first." His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, "Great Wisdom is one of us. Now the Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court. We need to save it." Not only that, Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over. We will not let this matter rest. "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader." Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down. She shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman. Now she looked very pitiful. She urged, "I wonder when we will set off." Wu Shuai pondered and said, "This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic." The Daji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qi Si Ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea Righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation, and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any mere people. In the upcoming battle, the Merfolk Royal Court can act as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment. Reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "I am willing to defend Xia Clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's righteous Dao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness. They were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the Celestial Court. There were many variant human goo immortals who had the same thoughts. They sighed at this moment. They were too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. "Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature. You are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia Clan's territory in my stead." The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much. Why did they not say when to leave? She urged again, "Lord Alliance Leader, allies, time waits for no one. My Daji Grotto is in danger. We need to save it." Wu Shuai sighed. "After the battle with Qi Si Ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragon Man body is different from Duke Long's. I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body. The price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials. I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans alike dragon's method. She did not doubt it. She asked, "May I ask, Lord Alliance Leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them." Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human goo immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied. She was shocked. To think that Alliance Leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not speak. He only used his gaze to gesture at Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader immediately said, "I can testify to this. Many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men. Thus, the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this." This was a lie, of course, but Gu Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai. He was also an Eastern Sea, rank 8. His words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price, but she did not dare to question him. She was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. She said with difficulty, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible." The variant human goo immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. "Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke. "As the Alliance Leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy. But the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You are the Vice Alliance Leader. You will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom, Grotto Heaven's foundation." What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him, he quickly thought about it and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to go, but I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance Leader's mission." But Wu Shuai shook his head. "I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to recover from my injuries." "Is that so?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something, but Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, "Everyone, the situation is urgent now. There is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance Leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 Goo Immortals. They all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it. Resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the Celestial Court." The Goo Immortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. "Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Chien Kuin Crystal Wall. We have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Inkman racial inheritance. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother, directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear. She was trying to lure Wu Shuai with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Gu Immortals heard this, and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Gu Immortal called out anxiously, "Oh no, my grotto heaven is also being attacked by the celestial court. Quick, quick, quick! We need to go back and save them." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "This is an urgent matter. Why aren't you going back?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Gu Immortals back to immemorial Black Heaven. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother, and another Gu Immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went back. The number of Gu Immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Gu Immortals had unsightly expressions. They were filled with fear, like startled birds. Who knew? One of them might be the next one to be in trouble. Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to guard Xia clan's territory. He closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. These variant human Gu Immortals are truly useless, hee. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals. He was the only one who was calm. We Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals do not interact with each other normally. We are even wary of each other. We feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the Celestial Court was indeed correct. After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the Celestial Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai created the Two Heavens Alliance. It was naturally restricted by the alliance agreement. But Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path Dao marks were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong, Xian, and the rest. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the alliance agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling soon obtained this information. She thought about it. She did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead, she informed Fangzheng. Fangzheng was about to take down the second Grotto Heaven now. The remaining Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven were hidden very well. Fangzheng could not find them in a short period of time. Fangzheng thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qi ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat, looking at Xia Rui Ji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Rui Ji heard Qi ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to Ancestor, "My Xia clan is indeed secretly creating a human path, secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path, secluded domain, does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu Immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war." Xia Rui Ji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia Clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu Immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia Clan's Gu Immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead. They could be revived from Human Sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal apertures accumulations would vanish, the Gu Immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia Clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu Immortals fought against Xia Clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia Clan. This caused Chai clan to imitate human sea, secluded domain, and create human mountain, secluded domain. Chi Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the two Heavens Gu immortals to invade your Xia clan. One of their goals was this human sea, secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned, muttering softly. Did the news of our Xia clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by human sea secluded domain? But this human sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet. Chi Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete human sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete human sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Rui Ji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry, the human sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, human sea will only become fewer and fewer. Chi Si ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Feng Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the human sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the human sea secret realm. Xia Ruiji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the human sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now, everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Chi Si ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. The smile on Xia Ruiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Ruiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, Tang clan's Gu immortals spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of human sea to the public, so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia clan's Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of human sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea Xia clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang clan's Gu immortals were saying this because they wanted human sea secret realm. Xia clan's Gu immortals scoffed. Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland? Xia clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth. Tang clan and Xia clan were the 2 super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia clan. They naturally had many conflicts and conflicts. Thus, Tang clan and Xia clan's Gu immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the 2 clans' Gu immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia clan's Gu immortals had to admit this. Xia Ruiji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Chi Si Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia clan's future hopes were basically on Chi Si Ancestor. Because the Two Heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Chi Si Ancestor, who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Rui Ji's actions were to curry favor with Chi Si Ancestor and also for his own clan. But Chi-Si ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this human Si construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method. Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Chi-Si ancestor waved his hand. Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu immortals. They're the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous. The Gu immortals present praised. Chi-Si ancestor continued. But I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured. Chi-Si ancestor paused before saying, When I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the Two Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune. It is the fortune of all living beings. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Chi-Si ancestor smiled. Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Chi-Si as guests? Xia clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked. Ancestor's kindness, Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Chi-Si ancestor so closely. As time passed, they would form a relationship. They would be able to gain Chi-Si ancestors' support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Chi-Si ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lien Kuexan broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities. They were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lien Kuexan gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself, It seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time. There will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go? Lien Kuexan was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority, but now she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lien Kuexan felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark. She could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songsheng learned of Chi-Si ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Chi-Si ancestor now. Shen Songsheng sighed. If ancestor Xinshang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songsheng shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Xinshang. They had a strong character that could compete with Chi-Si ancestor. But Xinshang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shin clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Tsongxing felt a headache. Oh, ancestor, where are you? At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. Stop! Hong Yi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar? The group of muscular men turned around. Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him. Hong Yi sighed. You are really going overboard. Bam, bam, bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground. His body was covered in bruises. He was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. He is truly a lunatic. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it? Yi Fan also sighed. Come, let's help him settle down. We cannot leave him here. The two of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him, and threw them beside him. After doing this, they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again. Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people. The shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. Wow, this is the painting world. Amazing. Everything looks so real. Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly. Her vision changed as she entered this place. She could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. She was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kim Hong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time. Thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kim Hong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces. They wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, this youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists. "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Chen Dejiang." So it's senior apprentice brother Chen. Sun Yao's heart shook, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Chen Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Chen Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Chen Dajiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, there was a natural intimacy between them. Senior brother Chen, I wonder, what are the sex arrangements for sending us here for training? Sun Yao asked. Chen Dajiang shook his head. I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, I would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements. The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. Give me something to eat, I beg you. We haven't eaten for 3 days, Wang Yao begged. Give me some money, please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him. Please help me. The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets. Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Chen Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. This is the world in the painting of divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history. Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. Senior brother Chen, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful, and I still want to help them. Hearing this, Chen Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. I'm not afraid of Junior's sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together? Okay. Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns, and so on, sending them to these beggars. Good people. Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness. The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted. What are you doing? Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword, and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. So, it is brother Shao Qi Xing of Spirit Butterfly Valley. Chen Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qi Xing was also a famous person, she hurriedly said. Spirit Affinity House's son Yao greets senior brother Shao. Shao Qi Xing sized up Sun Yao. You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time? It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder her father openly betrayed the Celestial Court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior sister Feng doesn't care about such things. She is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a pity. A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Shao Qi Xing showed a mocking smile. You are actually helping these refugees? They're not real people. Why are you doing this? No reason. We just want to help them. Chen Dajiang smiled. Sympathy. Shao Qi Xing shook his head with a look of disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter. You are actually wasting time here. Oh, Chen Dajiang's eyes brightened. What does brother Shao know? Shao Qi Xing looked at Chen Dajiang. There's no harm in telling you. This painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect and nurtured by the celestial court. We were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu Immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Qin Dajiang asked straightforwardly. How did Brother Shao know about this? Shao Qixing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either. I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Qin Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained, Brother Shao has a noble status and has a long history. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Shao Bai Hong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze towards Shao Qixing changed again. All right, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated. Only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu, and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together. We can take care of each other. Shao Qixing suggested. Qin Dajiang, however, shook his head. Brother Shao, you go first. I have not finished helping the refugees here. Shao Qixing looked at Qin Dajiang and nodded. You are still the same. What about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, Senior Brother Shao. I intend to help Senior Brother Qin. Haha. Shao Qixing laughed with a profound meaning. Then I will not disturb you too from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart. These two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Shao Qixing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather. Oh, Qixing! Entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great, fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis' Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates. The Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the Qi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid. These Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Shao Qixing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless, fortuitous encounter. He naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Shao Qixing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds. Their temperaments were really incompatible, and they could not work together. Shao Qixing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xinshang. Xinshang was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall, like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind. After all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Xinshang's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao, who was right in front of him, and then looked at Shao Qixing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu Immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Baihong is short-sighted. He did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. San Yao and Qin Dejiang were kept in the dark earlier, and even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Shan Shang evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Xin Shang. Xin Shang sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand and grand. It is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for path, these killer moves are merely superficial. They're like the bright moon in the clouds. They're not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation. Thus, it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting. He absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy. I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichang. What is the situation on his side? Xin Shang had cooperated with Fang Dichang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Xin Shang knew that Fang Dichang had once refined Divine Being Palace. He had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fang Dichang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King, who works hard to get up, reader for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support. I also remember your message. I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding. I have finally organized the detailed list today. I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shi Shiqing was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short. They were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone. Instead, they had a distorted, multicolored color. It was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Shi Shiqing finished inspecting and confirmed this. His expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fang Yuan thought highly of him. He arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shi Shiqing was very respectful towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Shi Shiqing had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. Back then, he had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Shi Shiqing's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms. There was no mistake. Shi Shiqing was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were growing well. Everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Shi Shiqing frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed. Fang Yuan's was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form. It was vivid and lifelike. Shi Cheng gasped and immediately bowed. This subordinate greets master. Fong Yuan's waved his hand. I already know about the situation here. The stone mushrooms were destroyed. It was not your fault. It was a natural disaster. Go back first. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time. You can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Cheng was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked him. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fong Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Cheng nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the stone mushroom valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Fong Yuan's eyes, but in Shi Cheng's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Fong Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used. Even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Shi Cheng respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem? After Shi Cheng left, only Fong Yuan's was left in this valley. Fong Yuan's had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful. Like a gathering of venomous creatures, it gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Fong Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path Tao marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were Tao marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Fong Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence. Fong Yuan's suddenly snickered. He found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Fong Yuan won. He succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this condensed again. It was no longer as lifelike as before. It was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Fong Yuan's sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points were destroyed. Fong Yuan's main body was in charge of the goo refinement and destroyed fake goo. He obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks. These Tao marks did not belong to him. They were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Tao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental. They greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fong Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fong Yuan did not belong to a superforce. His assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fong Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the 1,000-wish tree and the incomplete human sea, using human path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture's situation improved greatly. But Fang Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the heaven path Tao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial. It had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao. It was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. He was an existence that affected the balance, so providence went one step further. It started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move heavens will dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The heavenly Tao is constantly evolving. It can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fang Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these heaven path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use human path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. He found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become a human path, sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy. All kinds of immortal materials are useless. Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the stone mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave's secrets, I should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent. If Fang Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fang Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fang Dichang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fang Yuan did not discover Fang Dichang's luck. It was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the heaven path Tao marks, how could Fang Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The heaven path Tao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fang Yuan. They were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had promised Fang Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle, they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fang Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of wisdom Gu made Fang Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fang Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fang Yuan worried. The River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the The river of time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Feng Yuan used myriad-year flying worship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions after a while. He could not explore for long. Feng Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the river of time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by fate gu. No matter what existence it was, they had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, time path gu immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy fate gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that fate gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory. They could change at will. Thus, the river of time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the river of time, spring-autumn cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-autumn cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once spring-autumn cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Feng Yuan developed another killer move that could protect spring-autumn cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the river of time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the river of time. Fate gu was destroyed in the end. Feng Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground and which one was a cliff, that path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.